Hi, everybody.
Hello.
I hope everybody is doing well. Hello to our stream. I am Mariana. Will you
I'm
introduce yourself?
I'm always confused which side I need to point.
So, introduce yourself, my lovely guest.
I am Femke from Bookish Buddies, like one half of Bookish Buddies. The other half is still at work, I think.
That's so sad. I sent her the link if she wants to join, if she has time to join.
She might, I'm not sure what her plans are after work, but.
Mm, yeah.
So, what will you be reading today? Or what will you be doing? I'm not sure. Will you be reading?
Well, my plan initially was to basically just clean up my room, but I already did that. So I think I am going to read for the Sims Readathon because I am one of the hosts for Team Pleasant, team leader. And I already finished my team's prompt, but I have yet to read some other books for the other prompts. And yeah, we're halfway through the month and I only read one book this month, so I
That's
really need to
okay.
catch up.
That's okay.
Yeah. What about you? I don't know what books I want to read yet, but we'll see.
Fair enough. I will be continuing. Let me grab it. Heart of the Sun Warrior by
Mm,
Sulin Tan.
that's such a pretty cover.
I started this yesterday and I read like that much in like 2
Hmm.
hours.
Oh my goodness.
So, hoping to get a good chunk of it done today, maybe even finish it.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Like I don't have to cook. I have leftovers, so that's good. It's just microwave and then we're good to go.
I really want to eat something as well. So you just reminded me to eat. What kind of leftovers do you have?
Um I have no idea how to translate it. It's like puff pastry
Mm-hmm.
with like a cream cheese sauce basically and
Mm-hmm.
some leek and mushrooms and like other vegetables.
Oh yeah, nice.
So like it like there's a name for it in Dutch, but I literally I
Mm-hmm.
don't know how to translate it. So
Well, that actually sounds delicious. I would want to try that
I can send you the link to the like the
recipe.
recipe. It's in Dutch, but I'm pretty sure like Google Translate should work. I don't
Yeah.
think there's any like very weird stuff in there. I think it should be like available for you as well.
You know what? I had one wish for from January to March, one New Year's resolution, and that is to learn a new recipe. So that would be perfect.
Honestly, like the website it's on, I can only recommend it. Like it is in Dutch, but
Hmm.
it's like basically called like translated it's like tasty and simple, and like
Mm,
they really are simple, you know. In the
yeah.
beginning you might need to invest in some like herbs and spices, but they kind of use the same ones for more recipes.
Hmm.
So and generally I feel like most of their recipes are done in like half an hour.
Hmm.
So like that I like that, you know, when I come home
Yeah.
from work I don't feel like cooking for another 2 hours.
Or when you have to go to work.
Exactly. Let me
Yeah,
just.
I've been trying to be more creative with cooking and eating more healthy because when I'm at work, there's McDonald's right across the street, or well, not across the street. It's in the same building, and it's my go-to thing. They have this delicious fish wrap that I
Mhm.
love. I love it, but it's not healthy for everyday consumption. So yeah,
Nope, not really.
did you make it yourself though, or did you buy it?
No, I made it myself. I bought like
Mm.
all the ingredients in store. It's like homemade.
Oh, nice.
I shared the recipe in like in the private chat.
Thank you. I will save it for later.
Yeah.
Also, hi everybody. I see we have some comments. How can I? Oh, highlight. It's
Yeah,
all,
I'm
yeah.
I'm usually on Sasha's sprints. I usually break in on like Sasha's Patreon sprints. So
Well, that's nice. I haven't, like I said before, I've been off booktube for a while since I got a new job in October, and it's just
Mhm.
been hectic. And yeah, I decided I have 2 days off, and Femke here has decided to join me, which great, I can go on live without being alone.
Yeah,
I'm so grateful to you, by the way, because I don't know
no
how I
problem.
would have done all of this myself.
Happy to be here. Like, and I
Oh,
need the motivation because I feel like I can't read without reading sprints anymore.
yeah, yeah. Plus, they don't have to be reading sprints. They can be anything else, like journaling, puzzling, study sprints, anything that you want to get done. We're here
Yeah.
for you. Yeah. My camera is overexposing me all the time. I'm thinking about investing in a new camera.
Yeah, my laptop is fine right now, but like wait until it gets darker and then I need to turn the light on and then it gets weird. So,
Yeah, I'm right by the window as well, so just trying to I
I
have
mean, me too.
I
It's
have the
right
blinds
there.
turned off, but the light from the computer is still messing with the camera because it's just a really bad camera. But
Hmm.
yeah, we're used to that every single live.
I mean, I just like my laptop is like 8 years old, so I'm honestly not really surprised. It's not like
Mm.
the best quality, but
But it's
it's
good that it lasted you for 8 years. That means that your money went for something high quality.
true. I did invest in some new parts, like the battery was just dead basically, so I put a new battery in and
Oh
a
yeah.
few other things, but like most of it's still original.
I had my other laptop for 6 years, and four of those it worked. Two of those it's like nope.
Yeah,
So yeah, I decided to invest in a desktop instead
fair.
because I've never been happier, to be honest, because it's just been they're a lot more, what's the word in English? They
Yeah,
can take a lot more than
they're
laptops.
more hardy. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. My favorite dish is fish, mother flipper, and I eat it for the hell of it. A nice bit of halibut, but that not the only fish they got.
So this is a quote from someone, but I don't know the quote. I don't know if you
Yeah,
know where it's from, but
but it's a hard quote to read for someone who hasn't spoken English in a while.
yeah. Hey, well, tell us what this is from. I don't know.
Yes, please. I can't read without sprints, and still, I don't read. Lol. Same,
Yeah, yeah. Then I'm on
same.
my
I
phone,
haven't
and
been
then I
reading
go
much.
down a TikTok rabbit hole or something.
I don't do that, to be honest. Like for I don't really get caught on TikTok often or even on social media. I just I love puzzling. I do my puzzles all the time when I get home from work and I have to just chill out. I do my
Mhm.
puzzles. I listen to music or just turn everything off. But I do try to listen to audiobooks if I can. I just don't have the mental capacity. When you're at work, you're so overwhelmed and your brain is so overstimulated that you just need some quiet peace for yourself.
Mhm.
And yeah, I've read 5 books this year, which isn't too bad, but they're mostly nonfiction.
I mean, that's okay. I mean, you're reading, and even if you weren't reading, that's okay too.
Yeah,
Is that Lucifer?
yeah. She was chilling in my lap, just sleeping. Hi, Esme.
It's so weird to see like Esme under the bookish buddies because that's usually me.
Yeah, it's you've changed, swapped places for the first time probably.
Yeah. Yep.
How did you decide that you're gonna have a joint channel? I think that's really smart.
Like when we met,
Hmm.
it was a bit. So we went on a like university trip to London, and we needed to have like for the rooms, you needed to fill out who you wanted to be in a room with.
Hmm.
And basically, there were a bunch of us whose like original friend groups weren't really coming, so we
Hmm.
were kind of like the misfits, so to speak.
Yeah.
And then I honestly think it was Esme. She just sent a message like, "Hey, do you want to be in our room?" You know. just so we kind of know someone. And then at one point in London, we were in the bus together, sitting next to each other, and we just got to talk. And it's like, oh my god, you read? Oh my god, you too? You know, so we just clicked over that, and also really about what books we read and all that. And then when we were back, we were reading a lot, and both of us had actually thought about starting a booktube before,
Mm-hmm.
but didn't really feel like comfortable enough, I guess, to just do it.
Do it on your
And then we
own.
were like, let's just do it together.
That's so nice. Honestly, plus it must be easier because when you can't post, she can, and you kind of just take
Yeah.
places so your channel isn't completely abandoned.
No, exactly. I mean, I haven't posted for like 2 years, which is kind of
Mm,
an issue, but lots of stuff happening. But I have filmed 2 new videos.
really? When are they going up? How
I don't
are
know. I
they
still
already
need to
up?
edit them. I still need to edit them.
Oh, yeah.
But I filmed them, which is like for someone who hasn't filmed for 2 years, this is a big step already. But no,
You know what my problem is? I film videos quite a lot, but then by the time I have the time to edit them, I it's already been 3 months, and I just scrap them all together because I don't see the point in just posting old videos because that's just me.
mm,
I'm just very particular about that kind of thing.
yeah,
And then I could have posted so many more videos, but yeah, it's fine.
yeah,
Because I move on with my life so quickly. I'm just like, oh, that happened a while ago. I'm over it. Let's go on.
yeah. Next.
Yeah, thank you. Next.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's so nice. I wish I had someone to share my channel with, or
Mm,
because it's just it's a lot of work. It's not that easy. But hey, at least you are joining the sprints.
yes. Like I
Yeah.
said, I'm just hogging other people's sprints for a while now. So,
Well, as long as you're having fun.
oh, definitely.
Hello, I'm going to be listening to Scythe and physically reading Lady Midnight. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I remember the days when I was reading two books at the same time. It's been a while.
I'm like in the middle of two because I'm also reading like the blade itself. Wait,
Mm,
this is backwards. This needs to go this way. But I'm struggling with this, so I'm not DNFing it, but I have like 5 more books on my TBR that I'm
mhm,
just going to prioritize, and then if there's time left, I'm just going to continue like the blade itself
mhm.
because I'm
Which
just
one? What about the other one? Are you enjoying it so far? Since
yeah.
you've
It's a
basically
it's a
been.
really quick read. Like Daughter of the Moon Goddess, the first book, I gave
Mhm.
like 3.5 stars. Because I enjoyed it. It was fine, but to me personally, it was nothing like really special that really stood out.
Yeah,
And so far, this is the same. Like it's fast paced. It's very plot driven. Um, so it reads very quickly, and like so far, I'm enjoying it. But again, it's not like the oh my god, wow.
yeah, yeah. I get it. It's not the ineffable, but it just doesn't have that extra spice or extra
No,
thing that would just make you love it.
no, exactly. I mean, it's fine. I like it, but
Yeah.
exactly, I don't love it.
It's not it won't be on the top of your shelf, your favorite book ever.
No, no.
Yeah. It is from Anna and the Apocalypse. It is part of the fish wrap that is sung during the movie. I want to eat a fish wrap right now from McDonald's. I'm so hungry for no reason. I just ate. Oh well. Two books at the same time can't be me. I rather power through one book. By the way, how has your reading been going? I haven't seen you since I think November, December. I don't know when I was last
It's
active here. But
it's been a while.
I know he read a lot of books with a lot of pages. So I want to know the updates. How's it going? How are you?
I think Awald read a lot of books so far this year. I think he read like 15 or something in January alone, if I recall correctly.
You know what? More power to you. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
I'm also in the middle of the Count of Mont. I don't know how to say that in English. I know how to say it in Slovenian, but I can't. Monte. I don't know.
I'd say Monte Cristo, but
Oh, like that. We said Monte Cristo in
it's fine.
Slovenian.
People
It's
will
the
understand
same,
what
just
you're
just the
saying.
R is different.
Yeah.
But taking a break from it, as it is a chunky book. Yeah, yeah. I chunky books intimidate me, so that's fair.
I always find it so funny that we have no problem reading three 400-page books, but then like a single 800-page book is like, no, no, this is too
Nope.
big.
You know
You
why?
know?
Because it's the same world, the same characters, and
Yeah.
it's just kind of it gets tedious following, or at least for me, I love to not even binge series. I love to jump from one series to another just to have a break from the world. So if it's a 800-page book, you have to follow the characters, and then the plot oftentimes is very dragged out. There are some parts where that are slow, some parts that are fast, or sometimes 600 pages is just world building and the plot, and the
Mhm.
last 200 pages is what's basically the most fun.
Yeah. For me, it really depends on the book or the series because
Yeah.
I just finished the third book in the Faithful and the Fallen saga by John Gwynne.
Mm-hmm.
And those are big. I think the first one is over 600 pages and the last one is over 700 pages.
They're
But they
big.
read like so quickly and they're like so action packed. Like I don't think you like there's like a dip, if you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean. It keeps going.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's really great. And also, hello, Jess.
Hi, how
Hello.
are you? I have only read one book this month, so only at 20. Only at
I'm
Oh
at
my
seven.
goodness.
I'm at 7 this year, which for me right now is a lot.
How many pages though? I need to check for my own story graph. I'm at 5 books. And for the pages, that is 1,236 pages.
I have no idea what it is in total. I know one was 226, one was 198, one was 164. Don't ask me why I remember, I just remember. One
Mine are.
was 502, I want to say.
Ooh, nice. Which one was that?
That was Daughter of the Moon Goddess.
Oh, nice.
And then there's Where the Drowned Girls Go, which is around 200. I'm not too sure about that one.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's Ruin, which is 750 pages, and Children of Time, which is 600 pages. So far, it's like either very short or very long.
Yeah. Mine, the shortest one I read was 48 pages, which is Greek mythology by Hourly History. And the longest one was Life as We Knew It by Susan Beth Pfeffer, 352 pages. That was a reread. I haven't read this book since I was in like high school, the first
Mhm.
year of high school, and it's just it took me back. Yeah, nostalgia. But yeah, should we start sprints soon?
Yeah,
Probably.
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 I want to
Wait,
finish this book.
which one are you reading?
Heart of the Sun Warrior.
Oh, for this sprint.
Yeah,
How should we do a 30-minute sprint?
sure.
Okay, because I have a 30-minute timer prepared. So this will be perfect. All right. Let me just. Okay. So, are we ready?
I am.
Everybody else? Are you okay with 30 minutes? Wait, we have a few more. Don't know how many pages. They range from small. Wait, we're children. Oh, that takes me back a while. For the Bisharathon sprints
Mm.
last year, I think there were.
Yeah, Bisharathon was also a lot this January.
Yeah, but I wasn't able to join.
No.
Plus
Sad.
X-Men: The Fall of the Mutants. Oh, 800 plus. Nice. I'm at eight in total, 1,690 pages, 37 hours listened. Do you track hours or do you track pages? Like, I only track pages even if I'm listening to an audiobook.
I don't really listen to audiobooks, so
Oh.
The questions mode for me. I can only do audiobooks if I'm reading along. So if it, for example, like for the Blade itself, I have
Mhm.
to, well, have to, I want to have the audiobook with it, because I feel like I'm just dissociating if I read it without the audiobook, and the audiobook helps me
Mhm.
keep focused. But I can't listen to an audiobook without actually having the text in front of me.
Yeah. Same, especially if it's a fantasy book. Other books,
Yeah.
yes, but if it's a fantasy, it's very hard to even keep track of character names or places and stuff.
Yeah.
I track pages for physical books, hours for audio. Yeah. For me, I track even audiobooks in pages. Okay, 30-minute sprints. Perfect. Um, I'm just gonna press play. Should we start? Are you ready?
I'm ready. Yes.
Should I keep the audio or should I mute it?
I'm good with keeping the audio.
Okay. Well, then I'll see you soon.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Ashley. How are you?
I'm asleep. How are you?
Good. Long time no see.
I know. I'm excited.
So, introduce yourself to everybody who's watching, all 7 people.
Oh wow, I wasn't prepared. Okay. Hello. I'm Ashley. I have a YouTube channel called Ashley's Reads, and I mostly read fantasy. That's all.
I should add that Ashley is the person who inspired me to read multiple books at once. So,
I
Thanks.
always love the little threads that Ashley does on Twitter with like that much so far into that one and so far into I just love seeing that every day.
That makes me so happy. I was working so hard at updating that last night, and I only made it to 48% instead of 50. So I was like, okay, I can't read anymore. How are
yeah.
you guys? How did your sprint go?
Well, I read 4 pages of. First of
Ooh.
all, I have all my TBR books wrapped, so I don't know which ones I have on my shelf. I forgot which books I bought, but I unwrapped 3 books. We have Last Day on Mars.
Okay.
We have Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute. This is a new release, and We All Looked Up. Two of these are kind of like apocalyptic sci-fi, and one of them is obviously a contemporary. So yeah, I only read 4 pages.
Okay, that's still good. Awesome.
That's 4 pages done. Hello.
Yeah, plus my brother came home, so I had to say hello to him. Pamke, how did you do?
I'm flying through this book. I read 50 pages.
Yeah, you're liking it?
It's still the same. It's
Same.
fine. I'm not loving it, but I'm
Like,
flying through it, so that's good.
Yeah, yeah, that's good. That's honestly, as long as it doesn't go down, like your enjoyment doesn't deteriorate.
what book are you reading?
Heart of the Sun Warrior by Su Lin Tan.
Oh, I read that. Okay. Yeah. It's like, it's very well written. Like, it's very atmospheric,
Mm-hmm.
but the love triangle is a lot.
Let's not go into that, please. We
Not a
don't need
fan.
love triangles in 2023. We don't. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
like for me, I'm just missing like character development, I think. Like there's
Mhm.
such a large focus on plot and just moving the plot forward. I'm just missing a bit of the focus on characters.
I could see that, yeah.
So, I mean, it's we had the discussion with the read along queens and it was like everything I said that made me knock it down a star. Another one was
Mhm.
like, yeah, but that just made me love it. And it's like I
Yeah.
can see why, but it just like for me, that's just like I would prefer like a bit more character development.
Yeah. No, that totally makes sense. I get that.
But again, I mean, I'm enjoying it. It's fine. It's like I don't hate it. There's nothing wrong with it except for the love
Mhm.
triangle. But
Yeah. And it's such a huge part.
yeah, and I just she's probably going to pick the wrong one, or at least like the one I don't want her to pick. So,
I
eh.
hate that. I hate
Okay,
when
what
that
do you
happens.
want?
I always want like the bad guys. It's an
Hmm.
issue, but
Okay, same. That's who I wanted. Okay. Same
yeah,
page.
yeah. I
You
don't
and
like. I know it's not going to happen because just these kind of books never do. But still,
just keep reading. I believe in
yeah.
you.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm flying through it. Read 50 pages in half an hour, so
I think
Nice.
she has 2 new books coming out that one is set in that universe and another is like completely separate, if I'm thinking of the correct author. And I'm really interested because I liked her writing other than like, again, like the love triangle thing. And I can totally see like with the character development as well. So I would be super interested to see if we like her next book more, if it's something different.
yeah. Yeah, I'm really curious because, like, for me, the writing, I really like the writing, and I do like the plot. I like what's happening, but I'm just, for me, the balance isn't there, I
Yeah.
guess.
You mentioned the read along queens, and this is so delayed, but I'm reading this one like from like their first.
We collectively DNF that book. Well, not
Oh
that book,
no!
but the series.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I'm like 75 pages in, and there's just so many characters that are like have their own point of view. It feels like Game of Thrones, like starting that series. So I don't hate it, but I'm like, this is gonna take me a minute.
I
I
feel like
prefer
for me, I just read it at the wrong time.
Hmm.
I prefer books that have one point of view, to be honest,
Yeah.
especially if it's in romance, because otherwise it
Oh,
just
yeah.
ruins it. It
Mhm.
shows you what the other character is thinking, and there's no mystery.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ashley, oh wait, you already told us what you're reading. I was just gonna ask you about what you're gonna be reading for the
I have
sprints.
5 books.
5. Okay,
I
let's
want
hear
to
it.
know. Tell us. Tell us.
Muse of Nightmares.
Ooh, yeah,
Yes.
for our
Okay,
book club.
yes. I don't know if I will touch it until I finish the other ones though, because I try to do like one page starting from the top each day. And I'm reading Essential X-Men Volume 6, but this is right before Muse of Nightmares. And so like this is 4, I've read 4 issues so far. And so every time I read an issue of this, it's already bedtime. So I'm just like not touching this one, but I want to. So Essential X-Men Volume 6, I read Volume 5 in like 2014. So it was a really long break, and I'm really excited. I'm
Yeah.
having fun. And then on here, I have A Courage Undimmed by Stephanie Graves. It's book 3 in this. It's like historical fiction based on World War II in England, but it's about like pigeoneers and how pigeons helped the war. And the last one I'm trying to finish is A Crown of Ivy and Glass by Claire Legrand. It's her new adult fantasy series.
Is
Oh,
that
nice.
any good? Because like I read Fury Born and Kingsbane. I still have to read Lightbringer, which is on my plan for this year. But
Love it. Okay, so I love Furyborn, Kingsbane, Lightbringer. I think Kingsbane is still forever in my head. I can't get over it, and I still think about it like every week. This one, it's like very clear that in the Furyborn series, she wanted to write spicier scenes than she was allowed to for it being like young adult / new adult. So she definitely like amps up the spice in this book, but then I feel like she does it at the expense of character development. So and then there's like a plot twist that's super similar to what she wrote in her last one, but it was so well written in Furyborn. And in this one, it's kind of like if she took the plot and like crunched it into a few chapters and like threw it into a new book. I thought that was kind of weird. I thought like she was such a good plot twist person that it was odd that she had to like recycle a plot twist from her last series. Like I feel like she could do better. But the writing is good, the atmosphere is good. It's a very polarizing book, so it's like people are rating it like DNF 2 stars or 5 stars. And
okay.
so I don't know what I'm going to rate it yet. And I'm like 75% done. I'm like thinking 3 or 4 stars. Like it could be a really good series because each book will be about a different sister. But I think this might be my least favorite sister.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That was a lot to say. I've been wanting to rant about this book for a while. So
You can. You can.
You should join more sprints, reading
yeah,
sprints, so that you can rant.
I would love to. I have missed sprinting.
How long has it been for you? Because we've just been talking how because she joins reading sprints every once in a while. Meanwhile, I haven't been online or doing sprints since I think November, December, maybe.
I know I did Oh, you know what? December was a couple of months ago.
Yeah, it's February.
Sometime recently, I joined someone else's sprints, like a month or two ago. Maybe
Nice.
it was like the end of December. So, yeah, I think we did like New Year's sprints, but I don't think they were public. So I'm trying to think. I don't know. Yeah, maybe about the same, like around Christmas time.
Yeah, it's been a while for me, honestly. I've just been really busy with work. It's been
Yeah,
hectic.
you've been working like all day.
Yeah, I've been working sometimes 10 hours, sometimes 12, sometimes 8. I have 2 days off. But yeah, it's been, I have so
Oh my
many, I have
gosh.
about 60 over hours that I can
Ooh.
spend because they don't pay you for all the overtime that you do, but you can go home early, like 3 hours early, and they just, you still get paid because you have so much overtime.
Okay, so they
So
kind
that's
of
good.
pay you, but like back.
Yeah, you don't have to be at work, but you still get
Okay.
paid.
They
I
pay
know
you back
you.
in time, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, which
I
I
mean,
love, honestly. I can take a day off or
yeah.
2 days off or however much time I can with all the overtime that I did.
Yeah, I have that too. Like, we can like pick and choose, but you can opt to have your overtime paid, or
Hmm.
you can opt to have it like paid back in time. So if you have 8 hours of overtime, you basically can get a day off in return for that,
Yeah,
Okay.
and then you would
that's
still
nice.
get paid for those 8 hours because you already worked them basically.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
awesome.
But I think it's better to do it this way because if you have your overtime paid, you pay lots more taxes.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah,
I
here
didn't know
here
that.
you do. You pay like more tax over your like overtime. And if
Yeah,
you
oh
just
yeah,
have
yeah.
it
That's kind of.
like exchange for time off, you just get
Hmm.
paid like normally, so it's not
Yeah, yeah.
overtime.
And you're from the Netherlands, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting. I can't remember the last time I worked overtime. It was like 2017, so I can't remember.
No, but to be fair, especially like US laws and Dutch laws, they're like so vastly different on
Hmm.
on those kinds of things. So, I mean, it'd be a fun discussion, but I don't think they compare, at least for most places. I mean, some US like employers are really good with that kind of stuff. And then
Hmm.
I read something else on some other employer and I'm like, "Excuse me, what?"
Yeah, I only remember that we got paid time and a half if we had to do overtime, but I don't remember anything about the taxes. But it was a terrible company. It was like the US government's health insurance.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
I'm not even gonna comment.
Uh,
Yeah. But I've been working from, well, this week we had basically winter holidays. So we started early. I had to be at work from 10, and sometimes I would be to 9:30 or to 8 or to 6. It depends because we swapped sometimes, sometimes one day you work from 10 to 6 p.m., and then sometimes you work from 10 to 8 and somebody else works from a little bit later, and it's like we have differing shifts.
mhm.
So it's just been crazy, but yeah. It's an
That's
adventure.
cool.
Ashley, what are you doing with your hair?
I was trying to take it down, but it's been up for a minute, so now it looks worse. Oh my god.
it, I love your scrunchie.
Oh, thanks. I got it for Christmas from my sister in law. I think it was an anonymous package.
But you just declared it to the entire world that you know who it's from.
Yeah, I think so, because I know she sent me something for my hair, but I got like a hairbrush and hair scrunchies and hair clips and a hair microfiber towel. So I'm like, did she send me all of that? And I just remembered when you asked or when you mentioned that I totally forgot to ask.
That's so thoughtful, to be honest.
Yeah, I sent her a quart of thorns and roses.
Did she like it?
I'm not sure, but she requested it specifically. So
Mm,
Who
okay.
knows? Who knows?
yeah, she'll update me. She told me she wanted to get into fantasy and that all she'd been reading, I guess last year, was Colleen Hoover. And I was like, okay.
Okay, okay.
But she was like, yeah, I discovered this like new author. Like she's like brand new. I don't know if you've heard of her. And I was like, oh really? Like who is it? And she was like, Colleen Hoover. And I was like, I've never heard of her in my life. That's so wild. She's so rare.
Yeah, I wish I had a day where I didn't hear about Colleen Hoover.
I have
Should we-
never read a Colleen Hoover book, and I don't plan on doing that.
Same,
Smart.
same.
I only read Verity for the 12 and 12 challenge, and that's it.
When the pandemic first started, she actually, I thought this was really nice of her. She put all her books on for free so that people could read it during the pandemic. And I had all her books on my Kindle, and I haven't read it yet. Read any of them. And then after all the controversy last year, I think came up, I just deleted them because it's fine. I don't need to read them.
Yeah, I just deleted those like 2 weeks ago actually, because I was clearing out my Kindle library, and I don't know, like writing quality wise, all controversies aside, I was just like,
Not for you.
I've read better.
But you've also probably read worse. Or have you? Are you picky?
Okay, we know I'm a picky reader. But
I would
also
read anything as long as it's mindless fun.
Okay, that's fair. It was, the intrigue was good. Like I stayed up until 3 a.m. trying to figure out what happened. But like if you read Rebecca by I'm gonna butcher this, Daphne du Maurier, or I haven't read Gone Girl, but I've watched the movie, and there was one other, Shutter Island with Leonardo DiCaprio. If you've read or seen those, like, okay, that's it. You didn't need to read the book.
I used to have that book, Shutter Island, in
Oh,
Slovenian. And then it just disappeared. I don't know where it is. I haven't read it though,
Oh no.
because it was in Slovenian. But yeah.
Oh, hold on. I'm reading some comments.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just about to say, should we
Oh
head
yeah,
to the
read them in
comments?
order then, because I'm confused. Okay, thanks.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, Judith.
Thank you for joining us today. I hope you're still with us. We were a little late. Hi, just joined. Hello. Ah, yes, huge audience of 7 whole people. Well, it's 12 now, so
It's
yay.
better than 7.5 people.
7. True. 7 3/4.
Yeah.
I have 2 chapters left of today's section of Scythe, and then I'll be moving on to Lady Midnight. Oh, I hope you enjoy. Good luck on Lady Midnight, and congratulations on 2 more chapters. You got this. Hey, Ashley, the group be multiplying. Yay.
I'm here until I finish my matcha.
OMG, didn't know these were going on. Yeah, well, we've been here for an hour and 10 minutes, so you're not that late, don't worry. I love Daughter of the Moon Goddess. So curious about the sequel.
I think if you love the first one, that you will at least like the sequel. Like, I don't think the rating should be that varied.
Are they similar?
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't need love triangles. We need love. I can't even pronounce that.
Dodecahedrons? I don't know.
I think it's dodecahedrons.
Okay.
Really, a love triangle can't happen without at least one of them being gay.
A polyhedron with 12 flat faces. What?
How do you even know that word? How?
It's like a popular crystal carving shape.
Mhm.
That's the only reason I know it. Like you have like
Honestly, smarter than me.
octahedron, and then you have dodecahedron, and then it basically tells you how many points there are on the shape. But I never
Yeah.
know
Okay.
how many. Like the octahedron has 8 points, and dodeca I think is 12.
Okay.
Nice. All right, I didn't know that.
It's Greek, but I only
Yeah.
had Greek for like a year, so I'm not fantastic in Greek, but
You did great.
I remembered something.
It's not. It's just a little corner.
Isn't that volume that leads up to Mutant Massacre? Because that is one of the X-Men stories I read in January. Doing a read through of Claremont stories. Ashley?
How would I know? How would I know if it leads up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You're not there yet.
Hold on, I'm on Wikipedia. Okay, it was a 1986 Marvel Comics crossover storyline. Uncanny X-Men 210. Okay, yes, probably. Because if that storyline starts on issue 210, this one goes through 213. So a very unknowledgeable yes for me.
Well, at least you got some answer. Yes, but you don't know. Not for sure. Hello, how is everyone? Good, how are you?
Hello, Larissa.
And meanwhile, y'all be living rent-free in my mind and
I
subsequently
love
my...
the daily memes. They're so
Yeah,
nice.
same. I love going on Twitter and knowing there's gonna be a daily post where we're all tagged.
Yeah.
Usually it's right before I go to work, so I just like all the pictures and I scroll through and my day is made.
Same. I always see it when I first wake up at like 7 a.m.
Yeah. Well, you're in the US, so you're a little bit behind.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get it first thing in the morning. That's nice. Hello again. I went to the pharmacy and also got more. Oh, before everyone buys it all up. Yeah, yeah,
Oh.
yeah. That's for allergies, I think. I
Mm.
have it. I have the same one. I use the same one because it's gonna be spring soon. But we still have snow. Do you guys have snow?
It was sleeting this morning, apparently.
Snow, what is that? Well, we get snow, but it hasn't snowed here. Like,
So
I
much
think we
snow.
had one afternoon where it snowed and it was 4 degrees, so it didn't stick. So,
Mm.
Yeah, pretty much the same here. We're like 10 miles from Mexico, but we're also on a mountain. So like we get snow, but it doesn't stay.
Yeah, Ashley, you moved to the warm side.
Yes.
Yes.
But she's on a mountain, so it's not exactly warm per se.
Yeah, like at night it's like 20 to 30 degrees, but in the day, like it was like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm talking in Fahrenheit. It's like around 0 Celsius at night, but then it gets up to, hold on.
For a second, it was like 30 degrees at night. That's not very cold. But then I just realized
it gets up. Yeah, like last week it was like 24 Celsius in the day. So like my friends across the country are like getting hit by snowstorms and like my family. So they're like, yeah, I can't even leave my house. It's so cold. And I'm like outside barefoot with the honeybees. So it's a very different. But
Yeah.
I can't say on live yet because I'm still not telling anyone. But I found out like on Friday at 4 p.m. where we're moving. So
nice. Is it still in the US? It's not Europe, is it?
We did not get Europe. We tried for Germany, Italy, and maybe Poland, but they only needed like one person each. So it was not a very high chance.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait until I find out.
Yes.
I see you're very excited about the news.
It's the number one place that I wanted in the US. So
Oh,
just
nice.
because it's super close to my family. So
Can I ask why you're like moving?
yeah. So Michael is in the military, and so we have to move like every like 2 to 3 years. But we're only here because he's in school, so it's just like a temporary place, which
Oh,
is
right.
awesome because I hate this place so much.
Why? It's warm.
um, the people here are odd and just like super conservative, all right.
Oh, yeah.
And
What
so
about the house? Do you like the house at least? No.
it's
Okay.
like half the size of my last house. And
Oh.
the whole like gas oven thing, I still have one. And so I hate the kitchen.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
And I hate housing. I'm like always fighting with them over stuff. So yeah. But oh yeah, and the closest bookstore that's good is an hour away. But I've saved a lot of money. So
Yeah, well, hopefully your next place will also be quite far away from the bookstore.
I almost blew it. As soon as you said that, I was like, well, yeah, it's and then I'm so bad at keeping secrets.
Let's
You
just
know,
move
we
on
can
to
go
the
off
next
live
moment
so
so
that you
Ashley
can tell
doesn't
us.
spill her secrets.
We should go to the comments.
Yeah. There will be many bookstores near me, so unfortunate for my wallet.
Ashley, just move to Slovenia. You're always welcome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I keep telling Michael that you live in Lithuania, and I don't know why.
That's quite far away, Ashley.
Yep.
I had a friend who was from the US, from New York, and her dad, whenever she said I'm from Slovenia, he corrected her and said Slovenia doesn't exist. It's Transylvania.
No.
Oh. Yeah, yeah. I died from laughter because some people don't know how to look up a map. And then
Correct me if I'm
she
wrong, but
showed
like
him the map. She showed him on Google, and he was like, "That's fake."
Transylvania is a region in Romania, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. Like it
That's
That's
does
their.
exist, but it's not a country.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like I
I
know
think
it's not a country because
yeah.
like
Some people are so special.
yeah, let's keep it at special.
No, it's fine. Funny thing about Colleen Hoover is in Bulgaria, specifically, her books have very ugly covers. So they were mostly popular among grandmas and older women in general, but then the TikTok girlies came along.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I see them everywhere. Like TikTok literally blew up Colleen Hoover so that even in Slovenia, when I go to the bookstore, because I work at a basically it's a where I work. There's a shopping center, and I worked at the top floor, and then at the bottom floor you have a bookstore. And whenever I pass it by, because when I go to work, um, there's basically all the shelves. Most of the shelves are Colleen Hoover books, and this used to be my favorite bookstore. But they don't have that much diversity when it comes to books. Like I'm not gonna talk about you know the race of the authors and having more books that way, diversity and stuff, because it's Slovenia. I Unless a book gets very popular, it's not gonna come to us.
Oh wow.
But just when it comes to which authors they promote, it's the same authors over and over and over and over again.
Oh.
You don't have many. I think there's only one shelf with English books, and it's just the rare few authors that get the option of being sold there.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's gotten better in the Netherlands in recent years. Also with like what gets translated and everything. But it very much used to be like Harry Potter, Shadowhunter series,
Same here.
Sarah J. Maas, yeah, kind of like the basic Divergent for a very long
Hmm.
time. But it used to be this. It's gotten better, but like the bookstores here aren't as niche as I want them to be. But
Yeah.
that's like on me.
So is it almost like I don't know the right, like, are the bookstores there because you have to wait for them to get popular enough and then translated? Is it almost kind of like being stuck in like the 2000 teens?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh,
I mean,
that's
at least
wild.
for us, unless it gets popular, it's not gonna get sold.
Mhm.
So we have Shadow and Bone. There used to be Victoria Aveyard's Red
Oh,
Queen.
Red
There's
Queen, yeah.
not anymore because it's
Oh,
not
wow.
popular anymore. Sarah J. Maas. You get some Cassandra Clare books. You get Colleen Hoover, obviously. Emily Henry is very popular these days, and
Oh.
Heartstopper. They used to have a lot of
Oh.
Heartstopper, especially when the show came out. Is it the show or is it the movie? I don't know. I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I
Um,
haven't seen it.
I think it was a show.
Yeah,
yeah.
it is a show. I just haven't seen it yet.
So if it gets a Netflix adaptation, it gets sold in our bookstore. So it's
Oh.
very hard to get books that you genuinely want to read or that are popular,
Mhm.
um, like or that aren't popular yet, but it's like a pre-sale. It's hard to get books here. So
So
I have
do
to book depository.
Oh, yeah. So do you guys have in reverse authors from Slovenia or the Netherlands whose books get translated to English that you would recommend? No.
There's no, it's very hard for Slovenian authors. Mainly stick. I'm just generally speaking. I can be wrong. So if anyone is here from Slovenia, correct me if you know better. But no, I haven't heard of one author that would have their books translated and transported outside of the country. But it usually we get authors from Scandinavian authors. They're thrillers and stuff. We get a lot of those
Oh,
translated
Same.
to
interesting.
Slovenian. Nothing from our country to yeah, because there's just not a market for that, and we don't have a thriving publishing um, industry
I
here.
hate that. I would love to read books from Slovenia.
No, you wouldn't. Trust me. Trust me. Sorry, I don't mean to be mean, but
No.
I don't mean to be mean, but there's just a quality level from that comes from US or UK markets, even from the Scandinavian markets as well. Like there's
Mhm.
a certain quality level to them. Meanwhile, we're because we're not as developed, we're falling
Oh.
behind very fast. So it's not,
Oh, wow.
yeah,
That's wild.
I mean, I feel
yeah,
like for Dutch books, like the quality is there, but Dutch books are really weird. So no, just if there's any other Dutch people here, I feel like actual Dutch literary fiction, it's
Really?
so weird, and I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. So
yeah.
Wow.
and with
See,
regards to like fantasy, there's not a lot of like originally Dutch fantasy being like written, and if it is written and published, it's not very popular, I'd say.
Hmm.
But the Netherlands is weird in terms of publishing because like A Court of Thorns and Roses was super popular, and it like took forever for Throne of Glass to be published.
oh, wow.
So it was like, what?
Yeah.
At the same time, like some really popular books are being translated, and then some other books, I was like, where did you find this? Like, what
Wow.
Yeah.
what is this? Why did you decide to translate this? And I'm not saying they're bad, but it's like, it's the type of books that have like 200 people have listed it on Goodreads.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'm thinking about like when I talk to people in the US and it's like, oh yeah, I like to read. There's just like this kind of maybe it's like the like individualistic culture of like, you have to be like thriving and going after a goal at all times. But it's always like, oh, you like to read all the time, so like you must be an author. Like almost everyone I know is
You
like
have to make money from it or profit from it.
exactly. And so it's like if you like to read, like what are you writing? When are you finishing your book? And there's so many people on Twitter who are from the US and they're constantly like, "Oh, I want to be an author." And I'm curious like is that not as huge of a thing outside of the US? Like feeling like you have to write a book for some reason?
I don't know if
Yeah.
it's like having to write a book, but I do know like a lot of readers here that want to write books.
Hmm.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily a focus of like having to write books and earning the money, because there's very few people here that can make a living of writing.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
same here.
I feel
Like,
like it's the same in the
period.
US. That's why I get confused sometimes. Cause
But
like
but
there's
here's
no
the
money
thing. It's easier because you live in the US and you have more local, let's say, from your
there.
country
Oh,
resources, agents, a
Mm.
thriving book industry.
that's
Meanwhile, in, for example, my country, I can't find an agent here because the agent that I would want wouldn't represent me to the publishers that I would want, or I would
Mhm.
only, if I signed with an agent here, I would only be sold in Slovenia, you know? So
Oh,
I always have to um, basically go out of my way to find an agent or to query to other countries because,
oh
Yeah.
yeah,
wow.
it's harder.
Yeah, and it's also different because I do feel like print runs for at least English books, I don't want to say like American books, but English books, print runs are generally larger than Dutch, because obviously there's loads more people that are able to read and write and
Mhm.
speak English in the world than Dutch.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, because I mean, obviously English is not my native language, but yet I still read well, only in English. Let's just say
Oh
only,
wow.
because I barely read any Dutch.
Oh
Um,
wow.
so it's yeah, it's a matter of also like print run sizes and everything.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Plus, it's
Thank you.
also, we've already touched upon this, but it's also very hard to get the books that you want to read. You can't go to the libraries. Obviously, they don't have the books that you would want. For example, in the US, you have so many options. Or at least that's like in my head. And if you go to Barnes and Noble, you have so many options. Everything's in English. Everything you have, literally, you can buy anything, any book you want. If you're looking for one book that you've read and that inspired you and you want a similar book to that, you can just go and search for it. Here you
Yeah.
have to be very careful because you have only very limited options,
Yeah.
very very limited, and it's very hard
Mhm.
to also get out of your comfort zone and find new books and different genres because you don't there's only so many options and maybe you've already read all the ones that are being sold. So yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
it's a struggle all the time.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm in. For me, it's a bit easier because obviously, like I am in Western Europe, so shipping from England is pretty easy and everything. Um, but yeah, especially for Mariana, countries like Slovenia, it's just really difficult. Like we get a I'm spoiled in that sense because I've read so much and I have so much, but we generally get a pretty good selection, I feel, in most bookstores. And if you go to like a bigger city or a bigger town, the bookstores will have a bigger selection of English books as well.
Yeah.
So I feel like I am pretty fortunate in that sense that I live in the Netherlands, that it is quite well, like English proficiency here is quite high, so that also reflects in the books that are being sold.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
So yeah, but especially like countries like Slovenia, is more like Eastern Europe.
yeah,
Um,
kind of.
the further east you go, I want to say, the harder it gets.
Okay.
Yeah, but so for example, the Balkan countries, Slovenia used to also be part of Yugoslavia, and it's some parts of it
Oh,
kind of remain in a way that Croatia, for example, doesn't get as many options, and we don't get as many options. So it's like some parts of it we are in the same bucket, but some parts we are. It's easier. For example, I don't know how to explain it, but we are still some things are still better than, let's say, Serbia or in Bosnia and in Croatia. So yeah, it depends on what we're talking about, but It's a struggle. It's a struggle. I would love to just go to a bookstore and spend an hour there searching for books, browsing, spending my money. But
Mm.
I can spend 10 minutes tops in a bookstore and read through all the backs of the books because we only have such a very tiny limited option. Yeah, because I've read most of them already. So,
The
yeah.
cons of being a voracious reader.
Yeah, but that's why I love Book Depository because first of all, they have wonderful customer service and um they don't charge shipping, which is amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Plus their books are cheaper than the ones in my country. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what I used to send you your book for Christmas. I think it came
Yeah.
from
Did you
Depository.
send me Beach Read? Is it Beach Read?
I think so.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. I love it. Thank you.
Oh,
I put it for like up for 3 prompts in the Sims
oh,
readathon.
I love that.
Yeah, because it's perfect for Bon Voyage.
True.
Should we get to the comments probably?
Well,
Oh
thank
yeah,
you
this
guys for
one
teaching me all of this.
this one is part one, and then this is part two. And the TikTok girlies came along and started treating her as this up and coming author no one ever heard of before.
I feel like they do that with a lot of authors. Like they started doing that with oh
Elle
man,
Kennedy.
Maze Runner.
James Dashner, yeah. Still here. Hi. I hope you're also still here. Eating some
Oh
Chinese.
yeah.
Oh, I want Chinese food. Is Femke feeling better?
Yeah, are you
Finally, you seem better. Are you better?
feeling-
Were you sick? Take your time.
Sorry, I was just eating a sweet. So I've basically been like sick-ish for the past 3 months.
Bless you, Ashley.
Bless you. And it's just been like on and off. And today is a reasonably good day, but it could very well be that tomorrow is a bad day again. So
Did you have a cold or what was it?
I had like the flu at the end of November, and I was like
Mm.
actually sick for like 3 weeks,
Oh
Mhm.
just
jeez.
throwing up and everything. It was not nice.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
and then afterwards, I just never really got better. I just kept getting a cold, and then my throat hurt,
Mhm.
and then I got sinusitis, and then it kind of sort of went better, and then I got a cold again, and then my throat started hurting, and then I got sinusitis again. It
Yeah,
kept
because your
going.
immune system just shuts down,
Yeah, I
basically.
actually have a hospital appointment for it on Thursday because it's not getting
Oh.
better overall. And it's like I nearly passed out a couple times at work because like the work I do is physically quite demanding.
Yeah.
And sometimes when I don't know, I drag along a heavy parcel or something, I just need to catch my breath for like 15 minutes, and it's like I do not have the like endurance of like a star athlete, but it's not
Yeah.
that bad either, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just it keeps going. Like today's a reasonably good day, so
Oh,
hallelujah
that's
for that.
good.
I'm
Oh,
glad
I'm
to
sorry
hear
you've been
that.
going through it though.
Yeah, it's I want to say it's okay. It's not really okay, but it's like it's okay.
Sending you healing vibes.
Thank you.
Same.
Don't ask me how I know, I just do. You know what?
I think this was about the X-Men thing. Maybe.
Oh.
Probably.
Just some people just have the infinite trivia knowledge. Just
Yeah.
infinite capacity for trivia. Yeah, no snow by me lately. It's been way too springy. Oh, lucky. Meanwhile, we had minus 11 degrees Celsius
Oh.
on Tuesday, and I had to drive to work. And I was waiting, I have my driver's license now. I can brag about that. It's been almost in 15 days. No, in 14 days, it's gonna be 2 months.
Oh.
Um, and I was waiting for this thing, I don't know what it's called, but it's a cover for your steering wheel, and it's very
Oh yeah.
fluffy and warm. And I was waiting for it to come, but it didn't come on that day that we had minus 11 degrees Celsius. And as I was going from home to work and work to home, it was so cold that my bones were hurting. I was
Oh,
just it was just very hard to move my fingers. I was just freezing.
Mm.
So I'm very glad it came in a few days ago and I'm loving it. It really makes a difference.
Yeah. We
hmm.
had that too, and I would just steer, with like this. Like
Yeah.
the steering wheel was just so cold. Like I do
But
not
then you
want
have to
to.
change gears as well.
Yeah.
So that thing's
So
cold.
then I just do this, and then I'll just grab the steering wheel like that.
Well, you're smart. I actually bought gloves and it's very hard to
Oh,
drive in gloves. So
Hmm.
yeah,
I don't do it often. And
yeah.
now I don't have to, so
Good.
I mean you're in the US, you're a little bit behind.
True.
Wait, what were we talking about?
Okay,
Oh,
this
our time zones? No,
I think originally this quote was from Time Zones,
time
but I'm not
zones.
sure.
Yeah. But yeah, sums up world history. Making the USCS look bad.
Me? Oh, that's
If
such-
someone says that, just reply with blood. I want to suck your
I
blood.
think that's about the Transylvania thing.
We had so
Oh,
many we had so many conversations.
okay. This was in reference to your friend from New York. Okay. The dad. I was like,
The
what?
bad. It's overall a very tiring process for new European authors to get translated if they're not French or Spanish. Yeah.
Oh my
Or
gosh.
Swedish, I want to say, because we have like a lot of the Swedish, like mysteries and thrillers and that kind of stuff.
I've
But
seen
I
quite
feel
a
like
few German authors translated, like Cornelia Funk, and Kirsten Gier with
yeah.
the
Fair.
like ruby emerald sapphire blue
Yeah,
one.
I love those books.
That's
But
so interesting.
I think a lot of Scandinavian. It's interesting because a lot of I'm just speaking generally here when I mean
Mhm.
Scandinavian authors, because that's how they're promoted in our country as Scandinavian
Oh wow.
authors. And they're a big market here in Slovenia. Their thrillers are very thriving here. So
Oh.
yeah, it's interesting how they're being translated and like brought into smaller countries. So I don't know if I think since they're reaching such a level of success here and in smaller countries, I think they would be also reaching in other countries as well, in English speaking countries.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
do
maybe
more
wrong.
research on this because I wanted to try and do like obvious this would be like over a very long period because I'm a slow reader, but I wanted to try doing like how I'm trying the national dishes from each country. I wanted to try reading a book by an author in each country, but I'm now realizing that's clearly going to take a lot of research because it's clearly not as easy as I assumed that it would be to find a book that is translated to English from each country.
Yeah, good luck finding a Slovenian book.
I'll get back to you when I get to S.
Maybe you can get a motivational kind of book, a nonfiction book. I think that could
Yeah,
be.
I'm not like it doesn't have to be fantasy. It could be like a historical book or something. I just
Yeah,
want it to like actually be from an author from that country and not like a person in the
yeah,
US writing about it.
yeah, true. If you want it translated, yes, we do have some bookstores in Netherlands that do more niche English books.
Nice.
Letter for the King, how do you
Ooh,
pronounce that? Is really fun.
Ongedracht.
ooh,
Oh,
nice.
historical middle grade.
Hmm.
I'm seeing if Goodreads' search feature is back. Oh,
Really? Because it wasn't yesterday. How long was it down?
um, I noticed it yesterday afternoon, so nighttime for you. And then
Yeah.
even when I was going to bed, I still couldn't use it.
I wanted to mark a book as read. No, I wanted to search for a next book that I was going to read.
Oh, it's
And
back now.
who's back what?
Oh,
Oh, it
the
is
good.
back now.
Sorry.
Okay. I generally hate the Dutch authors that write above the children's level, so no.
Yeah.
What I've noticed is if they do get translated, it's mostly in other European languages first, like the
Mm.
Bachman books that are just becoming popular now for English speakers. They've been around. Oh, also, speaking of, oh, sorry, I just turned on the light. Speaking of, how do you pronounce his name? Friedrich Bachman. Um, there is a movie here. I think the first book was A Man Called Ove. Is it Ove?
Oh, okay. I've heard of that.
Yeah, but there's a movie. First, there was a, I think, Swedish movie. That was, I think it had the title A Man Called Ove or something. And now in the cinema there is a movie called A Man Called Otto, but it's the
Oh,
American version of it. So they changed the name.
oh wow.
And because I work in the cinema, I asked the marketing team if they can give me, some not supplies, but like some stuff, and I got a notebook.
Oh, that's so
And
cool.
and I got another thing, which I promised one of the women that was works in marketing, that I was gonna buy her coffee if she gets me this.
I'm excited. I have no idea what she's gonna show us.
It's a mug. It's a tiny mug. It's so
Aw.
cute.
Oh, and it has the rim.
Yeah, I can't even show you like this. A Man Called Otto.
Oh,
So I have both things. It's like a perfect breakfast journaling and tea kind of combination, and I'm so happy about it. So
that's
yeah, I
awesome.
haven't read the book, but I always love a good book merchandise situation.
Yeah.
Dutch books tend to be pretentious as fuck too. Well, Slovenian translations or Slovenian books as well. So
Oof.
yeah. Love your honesty, by the way. Haven't read any. mm,
Thomas
Maybe,
Oldeheuvel.
maybe you should read read the comments.
Nah,
So
you're
I don't know if
fine.
he's good.
A Dutch horror writer. Interesting.
Stop! I get it all the time. I thought it
Yeah.
was just because people know I have an English degree. You like to read books, so why don't you write one?
No,
Yep.
for sure. Like,
Yep.
and I do occasionally write, but it's like 5,000 words. I don't know that I would even ever want to get it published because like seeing people try to get published, it's
Well,
so
honestly,
stressful.
it's like a lottery. It just depends on how much luck you have. You have to meet the right person at the right time, and they have to be in the right mood for them to accept your book, and then that your book has to go through the right people to reach the right audience, and
Mhm.
it very much depends on luck, not just hard work.
But I'd always like, and this isn't the case for everyone, but it seems like even when you get that, whether you get a publisher or an agent or you self publish, then like you either have to have it become your whole life here, like you have to market it every single day and not talk about anything else. And I see so
Yeah,
many people where it's like their whole identity becomes the book. So like if it doesn't do
because it
well,
has to.
I'm a horrible person. Everyone hates me, even though like we don't equate our friends to their books,
Yeah.
but like I can see how you could view it like that.
The
So
problem is, yeah.
yeah, go
Continue.
ahead.
Sorry.
No, that was pretty much it. It makes me feel stressed watching other people do it. And so it's just funny that like people come to my house and see my books and are like, "Oh, you have 3 bookshelves. So you must be a writer." No.
Yeah. No,
Sorry, go ahead.
the problem is that so much of that responsibility of marketing falls on the writers these days. It
Mhm.
didn't usually, and so a lot of people didn't know about controversies um, and the authors' lives because they stayed off social media. But now every
Exactly.
little thing that you say can be just a way to attack you, and you have to be very careful. And a lot of people are disingenuous, especially as writers. They don't show their true personalities online as well, because they know that it's a it's like a celebrity kind of thing. You can only show
Exactly.
some level of yourself online, because this is your business, this is your livelihood. You have to be professional, you have to do that, you have to be quiet on some things, especially like when it was the whole Black Lives Matter thing in the US. A lot of authors stayed quiet because they knew that if at the time if they said something, it would backfire, and they would get blacklisted or whatever. It would just be some sort of reaction and consequences. So a lot of people stayed quiet, and then the audience knew that they said something. They didn't say anything, and it's
Mm.
this whole thing. It's just a very fine line, and it's very stressful if you're an author, because you can only engage in so much, but you can't do too much, you know.
I get what you're saying. Like there's like expectations to not do too much or too little in either way. Also
Yeah,
like
yeah,
parasocial relationships and stuff.
yeah,
And
but
also, if you put like one toe out of line, you're suddenly cancelled, and there is no hope of coming back,
yeah,
no
and
matter what
basically,
you do.
yeah. And it's basically you are everybody is just a human being. I'm not talking about shitty people right now. I'm just talking about everybody, just normal people. We're all human beings. We all fuck up. We don't, sorry for cursing. We don't necessarily have all the information all the time, and we always, we have to keep learning, growing, and keep educating ourselves on everything like that's going on, right? And sometimes it's very easy to be ignorant and say something without having the full knowledge on stuff. And yeah, it's a very fine line, because it's very easy to say something and not know everything, and then you get educated and it's fine. Like you learn and you grow. And but the backlash, it will, I mean, not the backlash, people will still know what happened, and it's hard to move on from that, because then you equate yourself as being the bad person, and not being up to the people's standards, because that is a very hard thing to constantly be the best person that you can be. We all
Yeah.
have bad days, and yeah, I don't know if you know what I'm trying to say, but we all fuck up. It's just the matter of how you react and how open you are about stuff, willing to learn. And yeah,
That's
I do
cool.
read more kids books by Dutch authors to see if they could be fun for my son to read. Aw,
Sweet, Judith.
most fun middle grades are by English authors. How did this conversation become about privilege? Sorry. Slavic countries have suffered with just trying to become a proper European. Yeah. And some parts of the country, like some industries are thriving, some are not, and it's just trying to get on the same level, I guess. Oh, Femke, big hugs.
Thank you.
I like the first Reckless Mirror World book by Cornelia. I read it last month. Might love it because of the Fox Girl, but I had a lot of fun reading it.
Aw.
Nice.
Oh.
Oh, nice. Very little literal one. That's also Croatian language. It's also you read it how you write it, or you write it how you read it, basically. I could buy the ebook of a man called, again, how is it pronounced?
I think
Oh,
there was. I follow like Charlotte, who's from Sweden, and I think she says like a
Yeah.
man called Uwe.
Uva.
I
that's
think.
so interesting.
Yeah.
99 cents from Google Books because of the movie. So I did. I already wanted to read it, so I was really happy with the discount. That's nice. I hope you enjoyed it. I mean, we got published and it took about a year. It's an anthology by the online magazine.
Aw.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So, Ashley, are you joining us for another sprint?
Yes, I will do one more sprint
Hmm.
because I missed the last one and I just finished my matcha.
Okay, let's do another sprint. Um, I'm just waiting for Ashley to come back.
Oh, I'm fine. Sorry, I was plugging
No,
my
it's
charger.
fine. Take your time. I love your pants.
Thanks. I have the matching shirt. I just took it off for the live.
Okay. I'm gonna add this to the stream. Wait, this has been so fun, but I'll be leaving. Oh, Narnia! Enjoy. I hope you like it. That takes me back. I heard
Thank
there's
you
a show now.
helping teach us about books and such. It's been really nice.
Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. my god, what was that, Ashley?
Well, I put her outside at the start of the sprint, and Michael just came home, so she's like so excited. She's just leaping around everywhere.
Wait, was that Caroline?
Yeah.
Oh, cute. Meanwhile, I've been making lunch, and my dog
Ooh.
is sitting here because she thought that I was gonna give her something. She thought that I brought something with me here.
Oh no.
Yeah, which is here.
What's your
What
dog
did everybody
name?
do? How did you do?
I'm still mathing out how much I read, so give me a second.
I'll give you 2, if that's okay.
Side note, but Femke, your hair looks amazing today.
Thank you. I need to wash it actually. It's washing
too.
day tonight, so
Same, nice.
It's
a
very
bit of a mess,
shiny. It looks
honestly.
good.
Let me
It's
see.
awesome when your hair looks good on a washing day.
Yeah, but if I would have pushed washing day till tomorrow, my hair would have looked gross.
Same.
So wait, I read 35 pages and I had dinner.
Oh
Oh,
wow.
nice.
What'd
I
you
was-
eat?
Yeah, I just talked about how there's not really a translation. It's basically like puff pastry with like a cream cheese sauce
Ooh.
thingy with leek and mushrooms. And I forgot to say mozzarella. Was also mozzarella on there.
Yum.
Ashley,
You
look in the
posted
private
somewhere?
chat. There's a link.
Where?
There's a link to the recipe, the second one.
What
Can you
chat?
see it?
Can...
Private chat.
Oh, hold on. No,
There's
I
a
don't
link to
see
the
anything.
recipe.
I'll send it again. I still have it opened. It's a Dutch recipe, so you might have
I
to
see it.
run it through Google Translate.
Oh yeah, mine like auto translates to
It
English.
looks delicious.
Oh yum! It looks kind of like pizza almost.
Mhm. Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
Yeah,
That's
it's
so
definitely
cool.
not pizza, and it's like the recipe actually calls it like goat's cheese. But
Oh
I
cool, yeah.
personally don't really like goat's cheese. I'm very picky
Mm.
about that, so I just put mozzarella on it. It was fine.
I'm trying to translate this one ingredient. Okay, I'm so sorry. Creme fraiche.
It's basically like a cream cheese.
Oh, cool. Okay,
What the thing?
awesome. Awesome.
Nice.
Thank you. I'm gonna add this to my little recipe booklet.
Ashley, how did you do?
I
Sorry, I think it's sour cream in English, according to Google. Creme fraiche is sour cream.
Oh, thank you.
But then there's also zure room, which is, I think, also sour cream.
Oh, cool. Okay.
But I'm not sure now.
I will do some research. Maybe put a little book.
A cream cheese works if you just have like a fresh cream cheese without herbs or anything. That works.
Oh yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Was it good? Did you like it?
Yeah, these were my leftovers
Oh,
because I always cook like a big batch, so I don't have to cook every day.
awesome.
That's-
I finished chapter 8 of Jade City, and then I started reading. I'm at like 77% of A Crown of Ivy and Glass, but I guess you could say distracted, but it was my morning goal, so it was a little productive. But I posted my Bookstagram photo.
Nice.
In my book club.
The book that I DNF'd.
Yeah.
We have a book club together, unfinished book club, and if it's not me DNFing a book, it's Ashley. I think we only finished one book together. Did we?
What book was that?
Or not even that, probably.
Well, okay, we finished book 1, Stalking Jack the Ripper,
Oh yeah, yeah.
but that may have been it.
But I don't think I've reread that one. I think
Oh.
I read it prior to us starting.
Okay, so
You
we've
both finished it. Maybe not simultaneously, but you
Yeah.
did both finish it, so it
Oh,
counts.
Magic Study you didn't. Poison Study you didn't read it.
Oh, I did read all of it. I finished it. But
Did
I
you?
haven't
Oh, yeah.
I haven't read Magic Study yet.
Yeah, same. I haven't read that one either. So Idea Nef Strange the Dreamer actually finished it and wants to continue.
Who are you, Mariana? Because yeah, I have a tattoo of that on my back, so you're offending me right now.
No, it's just it was a very heavy book when
Yeah,
you're not in a mental space, in a
it's
good mental
okay.
space.
I get it.
That's fair. Like, I liked book 1. I think I gave it like 4 stars, so I guess I really liked it. But every time I try to read book 2, like, I'm like, oh, I don't want to get to it. And it's just because, like, you know, it's so thick, you know? And
Yeah.
it's not like there's some books like From Blood and Ash or something where like it's not really that deep, right? Like it's a thick book, but you can just get through it. Like,
Yeah.
But this one, it's like you have to pay attention to the lore and like all of that.
We also had Poison Study,
yeah,
which we both read. Then we didn't continue with Magic Study yet. I plan on
I own it
continuing it.
though.
You did?
Yeah, I got it at that bookstore. That weird edition where
Oh.
the author was like, "Oh, that's discontinued," and I was like, "Okay." It was $4.
Then Idea Neft A Touch of Darkness. Did you read it?
I did finish that. It was like 3 stars. I'll read the next book, but I'm not gonna get to it soon.
Stalking Jack the Ripper we finished.
Yeah.
Hunting Prince Dracula we didn't, or at least I DNF'd it. And then you have Escaping from Houdini.
What is it?
Escaping from Houdini.
Yeah. And then
did you post that for on Instagram, or did I? I think you did.
Oh, I've never posted on Instagram.
Oh, I just completely blacked out. I don't remember posting that at all. Oops.
That's okay. So, yeah, and then
so far our book club remains unfinished.
But next month we're gonna read Sorcery of Thorns by Margaret Rogerson. Yeah. So if anyone wants to join us, I need to get a copy.
I actually already read that.
Oh, what did you think?
Well, it was quite a long time ago, at least by like BookTube standards. So
yeah,
like I remember liking it, but it's like I have that with a lot of books. I feel like if I read it now, I wouldn't like it nearly as much because of like how much my reading tastes have changed.
That's fair. Did you read her other books, Vespertine or An Enchantment of Ravens?
I read An Enchantment of Ravens and severely disliked it.
Okay.
I thought it was a mess.
I discovered her with her third book, Vespertine, and I gave that 4.5 stars. It was one of my favorites. Then I went back and I read An Enchantment of Ravens, and I wish I had done it in a different order because I was like, this is really bland. But it was her first book. So now Sorcery of Thorns.
Oh, sorry. I'm so confused right now.
Sorry. I'm in the kitchen cooking, and I didn't want to just leave in the middle of the conversation.
It's okay, but it was just like fourth person, one person, but I was like, what's happening? And now I'm in a different spot.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just continue.
I read An Enchantment of Ravens first, like right when it came out, and I was like, is this it? Like,
yeah,
this
like
is
aesthetic, beautiful. The actual plot, I was like, okay.
I was so confused also. I was like, what is going on? How are we suddenly here?
So I would be curious. And then you read Sorcery of Thorns after that?
Yeah. So, I haven't read Vespertine.
Okay.
Vespertine. But I don't know how do you want to...
I think it's Vespertine, yeah. So you liked Sorcery of Thorns more than the first one?
Yeah, I'm just going to check. I think I gave it 4 stars, but I actually might have given it 5 stars because I rate like on how much I enjoy it, and I don't go like the plot was great and the characters were, like a book is very bad, but if I was just sucked in and I just enjoyed myself while reading it, I can still give it 5 stars.
Oh, and Larissa says Sorcery of Thorns is better than An Enchantment of Ravens. Haven't read Vespertine yet. Okay, so this all fit. Oh, nice.
I gave it 5 stars, so... Okay, I actually think... I don't remember a ton of it because I tend to forget books, like, when I finish them, like, immediately, and then I start sequels, and I'm like, who are these people? But I actually think this one might hold up. If what I remember of it is, like, correct,
Yeah.
It might not still be like a 5-star, but I think I would still enjoy it.
Okay. Awesome.
So I haven't read Vespertine, so I'm not sure about that.
Bibliophilic Jester says, I liked Enchantment of Ravens, but all I remember is the hysterical sisters. Haha. I like Sorcery of Thorns better too, but I haven't got into Vespertine yet. Okay, so this all goes along with my theory that her debut was the worst, in Enchantment of Ravens. Sorcery of Thorns, I'm thinking 4 stars, 3.5 stars, and then Vespertine is the best. So I'm really excited for whatever she comes out with next.
Yeah, I remember thinking with an Enchantment of Ravens, like, such a beautiful cover, such a bad story.
That's true, though. That's how I feel.
I mean, it's mean, and it's all subjective, obviously, but just for me, I really didn't like. I think I gave it like 2 stars, and that is only because I only give 1 stars to my DNFs, and I hardly ever DNF.
Oh, okay.
I don't rate the DNFs at all.
No, I stopped doing that this year, but that's how I used to do it.
Yeah.
Except for the book called Zoo, which I'm not going to get into because it is going to get me mad again. I rant about that every time we talk about 1 stars and bad books, but just don't read it. Do not do it.
Beautiful covers, terrible books for me was that Elise Kova book, A Deal with the Elf
King. I rated it 5 stars, although because of the enjoyment. Again, I read books purely out of enjoyment as well, and it's because it was just a fun, easy read. You don't have to have the mental capacity for it.
But it's my curse, right? I liked the brother. If she got with the brother, I would have given it 5 stars.
Oh, I hate when the character doesn't end up with the one that you want. That is immediately DNF for me. Immediately.
I'm so sure that's going to happen with Heart of the Sun Warrior here. Like, I know it. I know it. Like, either she's going to end up alone or with the one I don't want her to end up with.
Personally, DM me when you finish the book. I want to know your live reactions.
Honestly, for that book, if you already know she's not gonna end up with the person you want, I'm just like,
finish
DNF.
the book.
I would say DNF. I'm like, Ashley's the angel on your shoulder, and I'm the devil.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, finish the book.
When I say that I hardly ever DNF books, I mean it. I think, like, in the years I've been on BookTube, which is like 6 or something, I want to say.
Where is it?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I want to say 2017. But I think I might have DNF'd like maybe like 10 books total. Maybe not even that.
I started reading in 2012, and I think I started DNFing books at around 2016 or 2017. But I've been actively DNFing since like 2019, I would say. That's when I actually started.
I DM'd you why Femke has to finish the book.
Okay.
Where did you DM me? Because that's like...
Oh, Discord.
Oh, Discord. Wait.
Where do you want me to DM you? Because I don't have you on Discord.
You can add me on Discord because you should, but also anywhere. Instagram, Twitter.
Okay.
Actually, I didn't get notifications from Discord on my phone, and I don't know why. That's why it takes me days to remind myself to check Discord and reply to you.
Sometimes I'm like, oh, she died. Oh, no, she's back. She's alive.
I turn on my computer every single day, and I always forget to check on my phone.
Let's see.
I'm very much a believer in, like, books can redeem themselves. Like, even if the first 90% is bad, maybe the last 10% is spectacular.
Yeah, the ending matters a lot.
How do I pronounce this name? Because I'm going to butcher it, and this makes me feel bad because he's our friend. Is it... Google says it's either Avold or Ewald.
I would say it's Avold.
Okay. Avold says, finish the first episode of Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Awesome.
Sorry.
If if I mispronounced your name, Abel, please tell me, because then I've been mispronouncing your name for a year now. So
I was so confused because on Twitter the username said Malik Gunn, and I was like, oh, Malik. But then I was like, wait, that's not his name. That's okay.
yeah.
Does Vespertine have no romance? I don't know if I'm remembering that for real or just hoping for it. Okay. There is technically no romance.
The technically in that sentence makes it sort of weird, you know.
You know how I am, where I am cursed. I found a romance, but it's only in my head. Nothing happens.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's me, to be honest. Like, if only something had happened.
That's me. That's me when a book doesn't have any romance, because I just need to read a book with romance. I can't have any romance in it. That's just a DNF for me.
And then, like, I totally support it, and like, I get that, like, you know, I can't spoil it, but I hope that there's a sequel at the same time, just because I want to know, like, even if it's not romantic, like, what happens with these particular characters. Yeah. It was just, that person was my favorite character because I just felt like I knew something. And at the end, they don't clarify. But I was DMing Margaret Owen, who is like besties with Margaret Rogerson. And I was like, tell me I'm not the only one who thought this. And she won't confirm it, but I'm pretty sure it's true. And I just need you guys to finish it so I can explain.
Yeah. So, like, I remember one, I'm not going to say which book it is because spoilers, but there was like a book that was very much advertised as having no romance, you know, and I was like, this is going to be so refreshing, you know, not pining for the one that she's not going to choose and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, oh, this is so well done. And I was like, in my head, do you know what would have made it better?
So I only like romance. I mostly like romance books when they're a subplot and not the plot. So like From Blood and Ash and stuff, I was like, whatever. But then other books like, God, I can't even think right now.
I'm the type of person, I only like romance books up until they sleep together, basically, because then the angst is gone and then I don't like it anymore.
Same, it's about the chase, not when they come together.
No, it's very. I have. Yeah, okay. Technically, I may have DNF'd more books like that, but I don't even count those on my Goodreads, so I'm not going to count them as like official DNFs. But then I just stopped reading. I was like, yeah, no, I don't care anymore.
Malik was an old self-insert Buffy fanfic character, and that's fair. That's fair. I removed like my surname and my location off of social media. I was like, maybe I shouldn't have this all public.
Yeah, you know, for a while I didn't have my name like on online at all, like on my social medias. I used to go by different names, and then only recently I changed all my social medias to my name. Yeah. And even if you Google me now, you can't find me because I basically don't exist on social media except under the other names that I used to have.
Nice.
To answer Larissa's question from a little while ago, I am 220 pages in.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not putting the comments on the screen.
We're just winging it.
Sorry, I'm just making dinner for my brother and me.
Don't apologize. Don't apologize.
See, this is why I love watching people who like romance. Then I know what I won't like. That's so fair. That's how I feel like when people tell me a book was dystopian. I'm like, oh, bye.
I'm always I'm like the type of someone's like, oh, I hated this book. I DNF'd it because this and this reason. And I'm like, oh, sounds exactly like my cup of tea.
Exactly. I sometimes love a romance book like a palate cleanser, but it's not my main genre. True. I did read People We Meet on Vacation last year, and what's the other popular romance author? It's the one that's based off of Schitt's Creek. He's a fisherman. Oh my god. It happened one summer. Yeah. I like those, but I wouldn't have seeked them out myself if someone didn't make me read them.
For me, if I read romance, it's usually going to be like paranormal romance.
That's totally fair.
So I mean,
Yes. Paranormal romance. I love that. Sorry, I just had to chime in.
like I kind of bribed Esme to do like a book advent calendar for me during December.
Aww.
I give Esme money. I'm like, buy books for me and make it a present, make it a calendar.
Oh, that's so cute. I love you guys.
And I just made like a huge list of just loads of different genres, just like a lot of everything.
Yeah.
And it was like she picked, I think like there were 3 or 4 romance books on there, and she picked all of them.
Love it.
Esme
think it
is
was-
literally the sweetest.
Yes.
True.
Because like my birthday was in October, right?
Aww.
But life was hectic then, so we didn't really get to see each other. So she gave me my birthday present later, and then I got the advent calendar. And then, like yesterday, she was here, and then she gave me even more for my birthday. I was like, "Bro, you said you were done."
That's so sweet. Okay, now that Mariana is back, I have to bail because I want to say hi to Michael before he leaves from his lunch break, and then I need to feed the dogs.
Dogs are important.
Enjoy
Michael too,
yourself.
but especially
Say hi to Michael.
Okay. It was
Michael
really
won't
fun
know-
talking to you both. Sorry, what, Femke?
Michael won't know who I am, but tell him I said hi.
I will tell him all about you so that he knows who you are next time.
Tell him hi from the weird Dutch girl.
Verbatim, the weird Dutch girl. That's so mean.
No, you can. I said it myself. You can say like quote unquote the weird Dutch girl. It's fine.
Okay, well, I don't think you're weird. Well, thank you guys for letting me sprint with you all. It was nice to get some reading in before I start my workday.
Thank you for joining us, Ashley.
Bye, lovelies.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, well. We still have to catch up. Have we caught up on all the comments?
We have the one from Jess. So there are so many people named Jess. No one will find me.
Wait.
It's like the
this one.
Yeah. Yep. And then yeah.
Oh, I started the audiobook today and I'm 110 pages in. That's nice. Wait, what audiobook? Did we talk about
Heart of the
that?
Sun Warrior. So same one I'm reading.
Nice. Then you can talk how you both feel. I liked It Happened One Summer. I also like the next book. I still have to read It Happened One Summer. I'm just very particular. It's a contemporary book, isn't it? It's that blue one.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm very particular about contemporary books. They have to have the right tropes for me.
Yeah.
Esme, we done when I say we done.
Yeah, she's getting payback for that one time I gave her 18 books for her birthday.
Aw, you guys are literally the sweetest.
To be fair, Amazon had a sale and hardbacks were like literally €4 per book.
But still, you could have bought all those books for yourself, but you bought them for Esme, so.
I bought them for myself too.
Yeah, but it says a lot about the kind of person you are.
Gift giving is my love language.
Aw, mine is. What is mine? Oh, I tell people I love them all the time. I'm very expressive when it comes to words.
Fair enough.
Sounds creepy when you start with that one. LOL. Oh.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of true. It's the same here for my first name, not for my last name.
Your last name is very common?
No, it's not. My first name is common. My last name is like there's a variation of it that's very common. But like my particular variation is not common at all. Like I don't think I've ever met anyone that didn't turn out to be family or like related in some way.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
That's because my grandparents had lots of brothers and sisters, so the family name got dispersed through that. But yeah, like I don't think I've ever met anyone with my last name that wasn't actually related in some way.
Interesting. That's so interesting, Fenke. Really.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for me, my name isn't really spelled like you spell it here. Like I have it's with instead of the I, it's a J. And it's very rare to see Mariana spelled with a J. It's usually with an
It's
IJ.
kind of the same like Marianne in Dutch.
Mm,
So we wouldn't end it with an A. For us, it would just be like Marjan. So
yeah,
Marianne.
that's interesting how different countries have a similar variation of a name.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's tons. I mean, in English you have Maria, and I guess
Mm.
Maria is one that's known across many different languages. And in Dutch it's Marije.
Oh,
We also have Maria, but the actual like Dutch
it's different.
variation of it is Marije.
Nice. That's interesting. Wow. It's so interesting how many names we have and how like they have all different origins and then different variations throughout the countries
Yeah.
and throughout the time.
Yeah. I always love seeing things like when it's George in English and it's Jorge in Spanish. Those things where
Yeah,
it's basically the same name, but
yeah. Or John in English and it's Janes in Spanish in Slovenian.
yeah, for us it's Jan.
Oh, so quite similar, just different pronunciation.
Yeah, yeah. For us, like we don't have the US suffix. For us, it's just Jan. Jan.
Mm. Oh, Jan. Yeah.
Very short, very simple. Jan.
Same here. Just we have a longer version. It's
Yeah,
Janes or Jan.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, I always love seeing those kinds of like connections. Like, oh, that's basically the same name.
Yeah, just spelled funny.
Yeah, well, funny differently.
Yeah. Mine is
Yep.
meme animals nerdy themed
We
threads.
love your meme threads, animal threads, things,
They
threads.
make our day.
Yes, yes, they do.
Just feel good. The last name thing.
Yeah.
I met one person with my name. It was my dad. And there was a football player with the same name, meaning first and last. Oh, that's interesting. First and last name. I haven't met anyone who had the first and last name same as me.
Not in one person, no.
Yeah. There's a businesswoman in Germany and a reporter in the UK with my first and last name. So even if you Google me, I'm hard to find. Smart.
Yeah.
Smart. Don't change your name. But yeah, it's also it gives you a little bit of privacy. And
Yeah, I feel like if people knew my last name, I wouldn't be hard to find at all.
Plus they could email your job or I don't know, be creepy because there are a lot of creeps online.
Yeah, because my
Especially
email
if
is
you have
literally
like a larger following. If you end up having a larger following, it's like
yeah. My email is literally my name at gmail.com.
my email is a bunch of I made it when I was 13. I have so many emails. It doesn't
No,
even
no,
matter.
that's like my main one, and then I have my work email, which is
Mm.
my name but with a like a dot between
Hmm.
my first and last name, and then at company I work with.com.
Mine is my name and a number and then Gmail.
Yeah.
Just try Googling my name. You get a white football player. Well,
You are right.
you know what? If you ever need somebody, like, if you ever want, if anyone ever asks you what you look like, you can just tell them to Google that person and you have your privacy. When I was a teacher, my students found one of my college papers online, printed it, and read it to me during class. Very thankful for those successful women in Germany and UK. Ah, that's nice. Read it to you during class.
Yeah. Shall we go for another sprint?
Yeah, we can. Do you want a 30-minute one?
Yep. Fine by me.
Alrighty. I'm just gonna do that. I sorry, I got a little bit distracted. Um
That's okay.
I need to address this comment. This sounds familiar. OMG, where did you find? Oh yeah, it can be kind of creepy, but it's nice that they read your paper to you during class. That means they probably thought it was a good paper. Because I wouldn't present just anything during class.
No.
So
I, re-
compliments, I
I
guess.
remember that one time when I handed in an essay and then I walked to like the pigeonhole to pick it up to see what grade I got. And I was just like basically dragging my feet because it was such a bad essay. And then I got like a 7.5 out of 10 because
Yeah.
there were such original ideas and concepts. And I was like, but I don't even get my own essay. So how are you getting them?
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It was not a good essay. It was very much not a good essay, except my teacher thought I had some very revolutionary ideas. And I was like, but I don't even get the reading. I did.
Sometimes the teachers believe in you more than you do
Oh
in
yeah, that,
yourself.
that was like my biggest bullshit essay ever.
Yeah, I feel that on a very, very deep level. Yeah, honestly, I don't know who would, except me being like completely white here.
Same.
I'm like a ghost. No, but I love it when people just, can hide when there's a creepy person like just stalking you online. I've had a lot of really creepy men just in my DMs or when I had a larger following, and it was just very nice not for them not to be able to find me um through social media or by googling my name. So sometimes I would ask, is that you, back when I didn't have my picture online, and I just said yes because it was just easier not to deal with them that way.
Right, I can only imagine.
But what is that? Picard?
I don't know, maybe like plagiarism checkered? I don't know. I have no idea.
Where do you get think the Ciscoing, is it pronounced gun Cisco, came from? I just happen to be a Picard fan.
This is going over my head. I don't know. I'm too tired for this.
Okay, let's do another sprint.
Yes.
And good luck, everybody. I hope you enjoy your books that you are reading or that you're successful in whatever you're doing. Oh well, timer's off. Hi,
Hi.
how did you do?
I will be mathing to see how much I read.
Okay, take your time. Meanwhile, I ate my dinner. I read a little bit of We All Looked Up. Um, I think it's about an asteroid that is about to hit the Earth in a few days, and people are kind of trying to, YOLO in their last few moments and, have make memories or whatever. I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm still at the very beginning. But so far, so good.
I read 43 pages.
43 pages.
And I had a
That's
glass of wine. Even though it's Monday, I don't care. I had a glass of wine.
Listen, treat yourself. It's Monday. It's the beginning of the week. When are you gonna do that if not at the beginning?
Yeah, so I opened this bottle on Saturday and I didn't realize it was the type of bottle where the cork could not be put back in again.
Oh, so you have to finish it.
Yeah, I was planning on finishing it on Saturday, but then I was also cooking and I had a little accident with a knife, so I figured no more alcohol while I'm cooking and working
Are
with
you
knives.
okay?
Yeah, I mean, not sure if you can see the band-aid.
Wait, let me put my glasses on. Oh
It's
yeah,
like
a scar. Yeah.
skin tone. No, it's a band-aid, but it's a
Ah.
cut and it's right on my knuckle. Don't ask me how I did that. I'm not going to explain. But it's like right on my knuckle, so it just keeps popping back open. So
Ah, damn.
it's fine. So I just figured like no more wine while I'm working with sharp knives. So I just figured might as well continue
Or
now before it's bad.
no more knives while you're having wine.
Yeah, but I was cooking before I started the wine, so
Yeah. Okay, priorities.
so it's basically what Esme says. The knife fell and I tried to catch it. You should never try to catch falling knives, but it's a reflex. So just
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you, don't catch falling knives.
My biggest fear is that when it falls off the counter that it's gonna stab you in the foot.
Yeah.
I'm so scared of that happening.
Yeah, like honestly, it's I caught it by the hilt, except it kind of like bounced off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, Esme, I know. And then it hit me like with the blade, like on my like knuckle, and it's like genuine. It's a really sharp knife. So if
Yeah.
they had just caught it by the sharp edge, I'm sure I would have needed to go to the hospital and needed
Hmm.
stitches because
Yeah.
it's genuinely a really sharp knife. So
Well, it's a good thing that wait, my English today. It's a good thing that it wasn't worse than it is.
no, I mean it's fine. It's just annoying, and I do
Yeah.
this all the time.
Hmm.
Like I, for the amount of knives I have, I'm surprisingly bad with them.
Femke will never become a dagger wielding assassin.
Well, I will maybe become like dagger wielding, but I would hurt myself more with them than I would hurt anyone else with them. So
I think you should be just a spy, a quiet spy just gathering information rather than being, an assassin
yeah,
fighter.
probably. I
Are
could
you good
probably
at keeping secrets?
I could probably talk them to death though.
Hmm. Are you good at keeping secrets?
When I want to be.
Okay, then. You see, perfect for a spy. Does
Yes.
this all the time.
It's I don't want to say all the time, but it's definitely not the first time I tried catching a knife.
Well, I hope that you learn from your mistakes before something really serious happens.
Well, apparently I didn't because I just, you know,
There's always next time, but I hope not.
probably.
Self killing assassin. Here's a nice book concept for you if you want to become a writer.
The assassin that was very bad at being an assassin.
It could be a comedy book or a comedy movie. I
Yeah.
drop everything, so I won't be either. Yeah. Yeah, I'm also clumsy, I would say. Just I'm more confused than clumsy.
Literally, I will trip over flat surfaces and walk into every potential corner thing that sticks out.
Ow. I feel sorry for your pinky toe.
I I once broke my middle toe. Like,
You how? How?
because I stubbed my toe against the chair.
But it's in the middle. Your
Yeah, but
middle
it
toe.
was I was like, see, this is me right here, okay? Like, if you want a summary of me, how do you break your middle toe? Well, I don't know, but I managed to do it. Okay?
Great. With
Like, I
your
was
luck, you're gonna be able to break your tongue or any other tiny bone that doesn't exist.
I once had a cramp in my tongue. It's not good.
Yeah, yeah. I can't recommend it either.
Yeah, no, I was actually, like, when I broke my middle toe, I was playing with the dog and I turned around, except like my dad's chair was closer than
Then
I
you
had
thought,
anticipated it to be. So I think, like, the distance I stopped my toe from against the chair was like maybe this much. It wasn't that
oh
far, but
god.
I just hit it like straight on.
Yeah. You know what? Let's just blame it on the dog.
No, we will never. We blame it on the chair. It was the chair's fault for being closer than it should have been.
Yeah, but you can never be mad at the dog, you know? Even if the dog does something bad, you can never be mad at the
I
dog.
can never be mad at Dex.
Dogs are cute. You had one job, just the one. You have to get really good at healing too then. Yeah, if you want to survive. The double-edged assassin. Literally. I trip over my own shadow, so the assassin life is not for me either.
The double-edged assassin, like, just as liable to hurt herself than the one she's meant to hurt.
Oh, relatable. I broke my middle toe too, and the ring toe, I dropped something really heavy on my. Oh my goodness.
Like,
Ouch. That
that's
hurt.
me at work, except I'm very glad for my steel-toed shoes at work because the amount of times I've dropped stuff on my foot that I'm sure would have broken my toes, I
Yeah.
can't count it on like one hand, and probably not even on two.
Ouch.
Oh, look at the dog. Look at the dog.
Oh, Bebo, that's such a cutie. Such a cutie. Is it a boy or a girl?
It's a boy, and then this is his other face.
Adorable. Oh, do you need a dog sitter? I'm always available.
It's just a tad far away, I think, for dog sitting for a few days.
Oh,
I'll be dog sitting in the summer. You're welcome to visit.
I'd love to, but I'm going to London in the summer. Are you going to London in the summer?
I was going to go to Yelk in the summer, but Yelk has not been announced, so I'm not sure if Yelk is going to happen.
Well, if it does, I hope it's in August because I have my vacation from work in August.
Used to be in August, and then this last year it was suddenly
July, I think.
June. No,
June?
July. First weekend of July, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody went.
They haven't announced anything. The website is down. Like, it
Mm.
says, like, we're working on something amazing, but there's been no updates. It's been
Well, I mean,
quiet on that front. And like
they
last time, I bought my tickets in November.
already.
Yeah, so they're very late.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at last year, then yeah. I thought they were gonna announce it in March or something. Wait, just a second. My dog wants to get in my room.
Yes.
She's whining.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm going to get more wine.
She wants to get on the bed. Okay. She's happy on the bed. I dislocated my big toe. The wall didn't give in. Yeah, it's the wall's fault. Let's blame the wall. Because instead of moving out of the way, ouch. The wine.
The wine. It's a very full wine glass, but I thought there was less in the bottle.
You're
Well,
drinking
no.
it. You're drinking it for the both of us. I can't have any alcohol for 2 years.
Why, if I may ask?
Oh, just because I am a new driver and I can't have any zero blood alcohol in my system when I drive. So if I get caught with, some alcohol in my system, I'm not sure if they take away my license or if they, I think they take away your license if you get caught with. Yeah. So 2 years while I'm a new driver.
Yeah, I just realized like in December I will have had my driver's license for 10 years. It makes me feel so
Nice.
old.
I still experience new things on the road, like the new situations that I haven't experienced before. Even today, like I had so many roundabouts. I was going through the city, just like the shopping area, and it was just so confusing. And some um, highways, highway sections that were so confusing. And it's so interesting as a new driver to, because you find out a lot about yourself with how you deal in certain situations. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely the road rage type of person.
I'm not. I'm calm. I
Esme can
only
confirm, especially if people don't drive the speed limit, if they drive under
mm,
the speed limit. I cannot handle people not driving the speed limit.
mm, yeah.
I have no
Well,
patience for that.
I don't mind that, to be honest. For me, it's just if somebody tries to cut in, and they do it at the last minute, and you have to brake really hard. I hate that. Or the other time, a few days ago, I was driving to work, and this one guy in a van, he he was trying to pass the car in front of him, and basically he moved to the left to check if there was somebody going in the other direction, and then he went back to his lane, and then at the last minute he decided he was going to pass the car in front of him, and I was driving the opposite way because the speed limit
Mm.
is 90 kilometers per hour, so it's like outside of city, 90 kilometers per hour, and I had to, because of his last minute decision, I had to stop. I had to brake so much that I had to stop on the road that the speed limit was 90 kilometers per hour. I had to stop. We were so close to hitting each other because he decided last minute in a van that he wanted to pass the other car. And
Yeah.
I was just worried that the car behind me wasn't going to stop in time because there were a lot of cars behind us, and we could have easily started like a big, big accident. And
Yeah.
yeah, that's the only time where I was just really pissed off. And I didn't honk at him. I was just pissed off and scared,
Oh
obviously.
yeah, piss me off and I'll honk the shit out of it. Seriously.
I'm not yet at that level because my first reaction is brake and then
Yeah, yeah,
react.
yeah. Yeah, no, the other day someone like drove me off the road. So that was
What?
fun. Yeah. It's like a two-lane road, basically, like one for the one way and one for the opposite way. And I don't know why, because there was nobody who just swerved into my lane, and I was like, well, I'm probably going to have to, swerve out as well.
Yeah,
But there was like no more road, so I went into the, what's it called? The like the grass on the side of the road.
yeah, yeah.
So thankfully there were no trees or anything, but
What is wrong with people?
I don't even know.
My
Yeah.
goodness. Sometimes some people just can't drive. And I'm not saying I'm a good driver because I only had my driver's license for like a month and a half, but I'm still learning. So at least I have that excuse. What's your excuse? you know,
Yeah.
Gosh. But when I was, we have cars when you go to the driving school, right? You
Mhm.
have you have a clear marking on the car, just like a taxi, that it's a driving school.
Yeah.
So when I
Yes.
was driving that car, people were a lot more patient. They were a lot more
Mhm.
patient with me, and they didn't drive this close to the back of my car. But now that I have my own car without a driving school or like a learning
Yeah.
um, clear markings that I'm a new driver, people they lose their shit. They're not patient. They cut in whenever they can. They don't
Yeah.
try, they don't even try to be good drivers on the road.
If Slovenia is anything like Romania in that regard, then like we were there for summer holiday, and yeah, I know.
No, I mean, we have good drivers. I would say, I mean, I wasn't in the US, but based on the videos I watch sometimes of car accidents, because, you know, you have dash cam footage and it gets
Mhm.
recommended to me on YouTube, I would say Americans are worse drivers than we are because we don't have that many accidents. But sometimes some people, you have just some very special people who think who don't abide by the rules and they cut in and they do whatever they want to do.
Yeah,
Yeah, but maybe they're learners too. Who knows? Maybe they just got their driver's license. Maybe it's my luck.
they're everywhere,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Ouch. We're still at the broken toes and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's fine.
It was also
So
a
like
workout.
Dex is my dog.
Dex.
Well,
Nice.
technically he's my parents' dog, but he's also kind of my dog.
Yeah. Honestly, we had a dog. He was my brother's dog, but I just said he was my dog because with dogs, they're everybody's. I
Yeah.
feel like they're so cute. It was also at work. I was wearing Chucks. They were, oh, yeah, yeah, useless. Baby. The double edged assassin, even her verbal barbs came to. Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
Can you put that one back on because I want to take a photo of that. Yep, got it. Thank you.
That would be a good not a slogan. Wait, what is it? That would be a good
Tagline,
catchphrase?
catchphrase, tagline.
Yeah.
Mm,
We're writing a book together.
we should. We should.
Was that from the professional photo shoot? Oh, the
The
dog.
picture I showed of Dex, yes, it took 2 hours of waiting, and Dex was very much stressed and like overstimulated and everything.
Yeah,
So it took a little while for him, to sit still, but
poor
turned
baby.
out to be a nice photo. So,
That's nice.
and it was free.
Free. Did you know the
That's
photographer?
that particular photographer comes to like pet shops, and you can just go, and he takes the
Mm,
picture for free, and then you can, if you want to buy like a large portrait of him, and you pay for that, but like for the actual taking of the photo, um, you don't pay anything, and then you'll
nice.
get like a small size photo.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's nice. That's so nice.
I have like a large portrait. It's in my library of that photo. That still
Nah.
needs to be put up somewhere, but
Yeah, you need to display it. It's a very nice photo. Dog whining. Okay. Whining.
cheers to that.
You spinning. Yeah. People driving slow. I drive by the speed limit. I don't think I drive slow, but who would know? Bites her steering wheel.
I like nearly always drive over the speed limit, only if it's like um if it's possible, if
Yeah.
it's a dangerous road or narrow or whatever, I don't. But it's these roads. So the thing is, right? When I got my driver's license, when I passed my tests, these roads were set for 80 kilometers an hour, right?
Yeah.
By now, they've changed it to 60
Mm.
kilometers an hour. But in my mind, like if I could drive 80 kilometers an hour there 10 years ago, I can still drive 80 kilometers an hour there.
Yeah.
And it's
Well,
not like they check. So,
well, for me, it's like if I get caught speeding, sometimes it depends on how much you speed and what area you speed, what zone you speed. But if I get caught speeding, I can get you know when you get like a speeding ticket, but not just a speeding ticket, but you get it on the record. Like you get
yeah.
yeah, well, I can't pass 8 of those points,
Mhm.
because if I do pass 8 points, I lose my license, because I'm a new driver, so we are
Yeah,
very tough on new drivers, so I
it's
have
the
to
same
drive
here.
at the speed limit.
It's the same here, but it's like if you drive more than 50 kilometers over the speed limit, then you just lose your license and you need to reapply and all that, and you need to take a course on safe driving and yada yada yada.
Yeah.
But for most other, it depends. Like if you are in a town,
Mm-hmm.
there's a limit of 30 kilometers an hour that you can speed, which, I mean, honestly, imagine driving 60 in a 30-kilometer
Yeah.
like, obviously I don't do that. I only speed in like outside roads,
Yeah, outside the city, outside of the town,
Yeah, and
whatever.
if I see there's people or children, I obviously slow down. I mean,
Mm.
I do, check my surroundings and what's
Surroundings.
happening.
Yeah.
But it's the same here as well. For, I want to say, the first like 5 years, I think you have like the beginner license,
Mm-hmm.
and then it changes to like a regular license.
Yeah.
So
For us, it's if you get your license at 18, you're a new driver until 21. And then you can have a little bit of alcohol in your blood and whatever. It's not that strict. But if you get your license past 21, you are a new driver for 2 years from the date you passed your
right,
license.
yeah.
But I was never like a big drinker. I would say I was never even, I'm not even worried for, I don't know how to say this. I can easily pass a year or two without alcohol, because I never went out to parties. I don't really have that kind of a lifestyle. Because I have my best friend who loves to party, loves to go out, so it's been a problem for her. Because she can't drive the next day, and it's a whole mess because you have to
Mm.
rearrange your life around that lifestyle. So yeah, if you want to go out, it's a kind of, it's a hassle, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I do think in the Netherlands it doesn't have to be strict zero,
Mm,
but it turned like, with if you have your beginner's license, it turns out to be like maybe half a glass of wine or half a bottle of beer,
mm,
basically. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge drinker, she says, while having, wine. But
yeah, but that's an occasional wine. That's like a not an everyday type of wine, but maybe every 2 months, once every month.
yeah, I really don't drink a lot, but
Yeah.
I mean, you can have like 2 or 3 glasses of wine at dinner, but you just have to make sure that you don't drink those 3 glasses of wine 5 minutes before you leave.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
can have a few glasses of wine at dinner and still be able to drive home here. It's not an issue. And I just checked with the like the time you have your like beginner license.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get your license, I believe, at 16.
Mm-hmm.
That's mostly for I want like motorbikes, but not really like the fast motorbikes, but like the slow ones.
Mm-hmm.
Those if you get it at 16, it's 7 years that you have your beginner license, regardless of what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if it's 17 or older, basically, it's 5 years. So even
Yeah.
if you were to be 30, if you passed your tests, you would have a beginner license until 35.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
You
for
have five
five
years.
years.
Yeah.
But it works with like a point system. I think that's what you also something like
Mm-hmm.
what you have.
Yeah.
Well, if you have certain, like if you have too much alcohol, that's a certain number of points, and then if you have,
Plus money, like
yeah,
speeding
obviously,
ticket or whatever,
yeah,
alcohol ticket. Yeah.
yeah. If you have too many points, then you lose your license, basically.
Yeah. Same here. Except we can't have any alcohol. And the one time that I went out with my coworkers, I asked my boss to give me the day off and like to write me in the schedule for other days, because I knew that I wouldn't be able to drive to work. So I spent the day to at home, and then on Monday, I was still worried that I was gonna have some alcohol in my system, even though it was over 24 hours. But that's how worried I am. That's how paranoid I am that I was gonna, you know, I don't know. I don't like to. I'm very good girl about these things. I don't like
Mm.
to mess with stuff if it's not um necessary.
No, I mean, if I don't feel comfortable driving, like I said, I will maybe have one or two glasses of wine at dinner, but then I'll make sure to have it like early in the dinner and then
Yeah.
switch to either soda or mineral water or something
Hmm.
like that. So that it for sure doesn't affect my driving. And if I do feel like it will affect my driving, I will definitely ask someone to either drive me home or get a
Yeah.
taxi or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel that by the time I'm over the panic of what just happened and I want to start honking, the situation is over and done with.
Yeah, but like if especially if you're driving like a manual car, I mean, you need to
Mm,
brake, you need to hit the
yeah.
clutch, you need to shift back, you need to potentially steer away from like potential disaster, and then you need to find a fourth hand and honk.
Yeah. Do you have a manual?
Yeah,
Yeah, same.
I've never driven an automatic car before.
Same, but they're apparently expensive to repair. So my dad, he's an auto mechanic, and he
Hmm.
just said it's better to have a manual.
I just prefer having control over what my car does.
Mm,
My parents have had like one automatic car before, and it was always weird with shifting gears. Like you would be driving 80 kilometers an hour and it would still be in its two.
yeah.
And it's like bro, you need to switch gears, you know. And I mean, I sometimes I still drive 80, and no, I don't drive 80 in the two. That's a bit much with this car. But I push it sometimes, but it's like I can still shift when I want to.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
also like, especially with like cold weather and snow and ice, I just
Hmm.
prefer to have that extra bit of control.
Yeah. Yeah, same. But I've never driven an automatic, so I don't know. I love listening to having to listen to my car and to the engine when you shift gears, just because it makes me
Mm.
feel more in tune with the car, and
Yeah.
like I know exactly when something's wrong.
In theory, my car tells me when I need to shift gears.
Yeah,
I
because
just
you hear
ignore
it.
it.
Yeah, no, but you hear it on the engine.
Oh yeah, yeah, but my car tells me when I need to shift. Except
Oh,
that's usually a lot.
literally tells you.
Yeah, it has a sign like you need to shift, but it's like
Oh.
I'm not going to shift, bro.
I don't have that sign. I just listen to it and I watch the not the speed, but the
Yeah, yeah,
other
I
one.
know what it is. Let me look it up in English because I
The
don't know the word for that. Teller. English. A tachometer, apparently. It
well,
measures
yeah.
how many rounds per minute your
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
engine goes. Yeah.
Obrati. That's what we say it. That's how we say it in Slovenian. I
Toerenteller,
watch
which
I
is
watch that, but
literally
usually I don't have to watch it because you can hear it, especially since my car is a little bit weak, the engine's weak. So it also when I'm
yeah,
on the highway, it takes time for my car to gain some
right.
speed. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
everybody else is passing by, but I'm trying. I have my foot like at the bottom of
Pedal
the
to the metal. You have your
yeah,
pedal to the
exactly.
metal.
But it's not going anywhere, especially if the highway is a little bit um
Yeah,
on the hill. So but I'm trying. My car is trying. My car is such a baby. I love my car.
yeah.
Um, it got me to a lot of locations without a hitch.
Mhm.
I needed to knock on wood
Yeah.
because I love my car.
Yeah, I'm on my third car now. I just upgrade every few years, basically.
And is it your favorite so far?
I mean, technically, it's the same as my second car
Okay.
because I mean, I guess that says something. Like it's
Hmm.
a Fiat 500.
Yeah.
So I used to have one from 2008, so one of the first batches basically,
Hmm.
and I now have one from 2015. So it's like
Yeah.
a lot younger or newer, whatever you want to call it. But it's a different engine and all that, and this one's a lot feistier, for lack of a better word. Like it, this one has turbo, so it
Hmm.
pulls up like it speeds up a lot
Faster.
faster. But
Yeah,
it's
it's stronger.
this is like a two-cylinder,
Hmm.
so it sounds very sad, honestly.
Sad. Aw.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like very much of a car. It's
Mine is very quiet to the point where if I drive behind you and you're walking down the street and I'm behind you, you wouldn't be able to hear it. It's so quiet.
you'd hear mine, but it would sound like what like the motorbikes, but the slow ones. You
Mm,
know,
yeah.
it sounds a bit like that. But I mean, it's okay.
Aw. Bless our cars.
Yeah.
Poor Dex. I don't like having my picture taken either, but I'm also not as photogenic as him.
Let me show you the good pictures I have of Dex. Okay.
I bet
Um,
there's plenty. Any picture you take of Dex is a good picture.
how about Dex running,
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. I love that picture.
or a different picture of Dex running?
Oh my goodness, that would be my profile picture, I swear to God. You need to share that on social media.
Or a third picture of Dex running?
Ah, that smile, that mouth. Oh my goodness.
Like he has his moments, like pretty boy.
But he's still, every single picture, he's so photogenic.
And then there's shit. Did I leave the stove on?
Adorable.
Oh, and
Oh
then
my
there's Esme
goodness.
and I went to IKEA and I bought a table and it didn't fit in my car.
Oh my goodness.
That was my first
How
Fiat.
did you get it home then?
I lived 10 minutes away from IKEA, so it was very much like, please don't let there be any police.
Yeah, but weren't you worried it's gonna fall out?
No, it was secured.
Oh, oh,
I have like a cable in my car so I can
yeah,
tow
wrap
other
it.
people or other people can tow me, so it's a very secure
Yeah,
cable. And I just use that
and secure it. Yeah.
to tie it and secure it. So it was fine. It was just a bit noisy.
I went to IKEA for the first time ever today.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't have IKEA until recently. Well, I think
Fair.
we got it around 1 year ago. But it was my first time going there. And my friend and I, we went to, their kitchen section, whatever, for the food.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it was 10:59 a.m. And there was a guy in front of us, and he was like, "Oh, I want eggs with bacon and toast." And then he got his meal, and then we went behind him. We were right behind him, and we said we wanted the same thing. And the waitress, or the person there, worker,
Mm-hmm.
just looked at us and said, "It's 11 p.m. We don't serve breakfast anymore." 1 minute. We were right behind him.
Wow.
So, and we just went there for breakfast because it was 250 for breakfast. Meanwhile, lunch, they started serving lunch and it was 12.50 as well, something like that, euros. And we were like, nope, we're not gonna eat lunch. We wanted breakfast. We were 1 minute late, and that was because there was a guy in front of us.
Yeah.
So talk about bad luck.
Is like euro your regular currency in Slovenia?
Yeah.
Okay. I always get confused about which countries have euros and which ones don't.
No, we've had euro for about 10 years, I think, but don't quote me on. No, more.
Hmm.
2008. Don't
No,
quote me on.
you didn't have it from like the very beginning, did
No,
you?
we had tolari, which is like
Hmm.
tolar. It's not a dollar. It was a Slovenian currency.
Yeah. It's just like we had the guilders before this.
Yeah, you also have euros.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought so, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, no, I think like the Netherlands was like in the original batch, along with like Germany,
Mhm.
France, Spain,
Yeah,
Belgium,
we joined later.
Luxembourg. I don't know. I think Italy, Finland.
But to be fair, Slovenia isn't that old either. Like we became a country in 1991, so
No, yeah, sure.
we're very very new. So it took us a while to join and get our
Oh, yeah.
affairs in order.
Yeah. No. Oh no. I didn't mean it in like
No,
a
no, no, I
bad way.
didn't.
I was just
Yeah,
wondering.
yeah. I didn't take it that way.
Okay. Good. Good. Yeah.
If we're gonna do book ideas to write together, how
Yeah.
about children's book based on collective nouns?
This is in reference to a sprint I did with Sasha in the past week. We were talking. We started about like a murder of crows. How like a group of crows is called a murder of
Yeah,
crows.
yeah.
And then Ewald went into the rabbit hole and found all these beautiful collective nouns, like in the comment below, like a business of ferrets, a barrel of monkeys.
The English language is so funny sometimes. With
Yeah, my favorite is like the wisdom of wombats.
it kind of it sounds like a book title as well.
Right? Yeah, or a congress of salamanders, or I think there was like a congregation of alligators.
Congregation of alligators. Nice. I love that.
Yeah,
Oh, I love that. I need to check out more of them. These can be so entertaining.
yeah. So let's just do that.
Yes,
Let's just
please.
let's just make it a collective effort and make this a series. Let's do it.
Plus, it's gonna fit. You know how every book title has a court of this and this, or of
Yeah,
and
that's
the
hot.
basically this could fit as well. We could put it in that kind of form.
Yeah, let's just do this.
A business of ferrets and barrel of monkeys.
An army of frogs.
Army of frogs. Nice. Ambush of tigers. That sounds mysterious. No, that sounds like an action type of book.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me, I don't know why, but Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, kind of. Yep. And yes, I do speed responsibly. Like if there's no one around, I will speed, and if there are more people around, I will not speed.
Yeah, meanwhile my brother, yeah, the worst driver I ever knew. Like the worst.
Let's just put it this way. In the 10 years I've had my driver's license, I have had a single speeding ticket and I have never had an accident.
Well, I'm happy for you and I hope it continues that way, that you don't have any accidents.
I was going to knock on wood, except I don't have any wood here.
I did it for you.
Thank you. I have a glass table. Does knock on glass work as well?
I don't think so, but it's the thought that counts. Maybe knock on your head as well. We do that here in Slovenia. If you don't have wood, you knock on your head.
Okay,
I'm going
Esme's
to sign
probably
off
long
anyway.
gone, but bye, Esme.
Bye, Esme. Yeah, we chatted for a bit. I have an automatic. My first car was a manual, but I couldn't drive it, so my confidence was dead and buried.
To be fair,
R.I.P.
some manuals are very difficult, are very particular about like shifting gears.
Yeah. Mm,
Because like my dad's previous car, if I would drive in that, I would sound like an airplane taking off because I would just be like way high up in like rounds per minute.
yeah.
Because it was not a great car, let's put it that way.
Yeah. Well, sometimes a driver and a car just aren't compatible.
Yeah.
It depends on what kind of driver you are as well.
Mhm.
So
Like if
far,
I
I drove 3 cars, and I think that the one that I have, my car, is my favorite so far.
yeah, like always, like when I drive my parents' car for whatever reason, they have like the large thing that fits large furniture, whereas mine doesn't. So especially with moving, it was useful. But like always, like after I drove my parents' car and I would get back into my own car, like I would just have it like turn off, because I let the clutch come out too fast.
Yeah.
Because my clutch is much more sensitive than my parents'
Hmm.
car's clutch.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
For my car, you really have to hit the gas when you start, driving, when you drive off. Because if you don't put too much gas, like if you don't put enough, it's gonna turn off, and
mm,
then you're stuck in the middle of the road, and you have to turn your car
yeah,
on, and it's much more sensitive than than the other cars are that we have at home. Um, but I think I got used to it.
yeah. For my parents' car, you need to let the clutch come up like nearly all the way before you can feel it
Yeah.
wanting to move, basically.
Mm.
And for mine, you only need to let it come up like a little bit before you can feel it, wanting to go.
Mine is halfway, I would say, but you still have to put much more gas before you drive off, because otherwise it's gonna just turn off.
Yeah,
Yeah, it happens a lot. I went into the rabbit hole ages ago. I just remember a lot.
fair
I'm
enough.
telling you, you have the what words did I use? The infinite. I don't know. You have infinite kind of reservoir that you can just stuff knowledge in.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I don't. I can't. I forget everything.
Like I will read a book and then immediately go into the sequel and forget everything about it,
Mm,
but I can remember random shit from 10
yeah,
years ago, no problem.
yeah, same. Well, I remember the things that are the tiny little bits that are important to me, or you know how your brain remembers things for survival. So if you, for example, you have a negative experience, and you most likely were to remember negative experiences, because your brain kind of remembers more negative experiences than it does positive, because it's like a survival mechanism. And I have that a lot. I remember a lot of negative experiences, and when it comes to like good memories, I blank out. And if somebody tells me something about them, I blank out. I'm such a I have the memory of a goldfish, basically.
Yeah, you said like survival instinct. Like I remember like a shit ton of random stuff, and I
Mm,
wonder like how is that going to help me survive?
yeah. Well, or
Because I
awkward
don't think
moments. Awkward moments mostly.
Yeah, because I don't think knowing how to tell if an orchid needs water or not is going to help me survive the zombie apocalypse.
Well, or it maybe helps you to less to put less stress on yourself when taking care of an orchid.
Maybe, but that's just like an example. Like there's so
Yeah.
much random shit in my head.
Yeah. Sloth of bears. Not getting caught.
Yeah,
They
see,
need to make a sequel.
there is such a thing as Flitzmeister, which is my best friend when I'm driving home, like late at night.
Yeah.
It
What?
tells you where the police are standing to check if
Oh.
people are speeding.
Oh. Interesting.
Very useful.
We have Amazasa, which is basically where they tell you where the setup for the things that measure speed are, like the
Mm-hmm.
speeding cameras, whatever they're called.
Yep.
So when you're driving past, they tell you 500 meters ahead you have this speeding camera.
Yeah. Like this is the list of where the police are standing to check if you are speeding right now in the entire country.
How do they keep it up to date? Do they have people reporting them, or do
Yeah.
they
It's
set
like
that?
I can send in a message like, "Hey, at that road, at that spot, people are
Hmm.
checking."
Well, it's nice that people are reporting them so frequently.
Yeah.
We have them on the radio as well. Like people can call the radio, and the
Hmm.
radio will kind of give you an update. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, except I don't really listen to radio. I always have
same.
Spotify on.
I have the device where you can connect your phone to Bluetooth. and then the device connects it to the radio in your car.
Yeah, same.
So yeah,
Like
because
in the
I can't connect my phone directly to my car because it doesn't work, but I can do it through the device.
Yeah, so my car is Italian, and that explains why it's weird, I think. But I can connect my phone to my car and call through my car, but I
Yeah,
cannot play Spotify through my car. I have to have a separate device for that to connect my Bluetooth to,
yeah,
so I can connect it to my car. But I can call directly through my car without the device.
yeah. That's so weird.
Yeah, but my entire car is sometimes a bit weird.
It has just those lovable quirks.
I just blame it on being Italian, honestly.
Italian. Blame the
Es
Italians.
italiano.
Well, they're my neighbors, so be nice.
I mean, they are nice, but they are also a bit quirky sometimes.
We're typical Europeans because every single, we kind of argue sometimes and make fun of other European countries, but as soon as an American insults us,
We're
no,
still Europe. We are one Europe, and we will fight you.
that's so funny because it's true.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It also
Yeah.
has to do with the fact I had my lessons in a new car with very little technology to help with your driving. And my first car was, yeah. So it's no wonder that it was difficult. And honestly, don't let your confidence get in the way. Like don't let it bring down your confidence, because it's just a matter of experience and you being compatible with the car that you have.
Yeah.
But I
My,
honestly, I was scared of shifting gears and everything like that. It's the one of the reasons why it took me so long to get my driver's license. But now that I do, it's one of my favorite things to do.
mm,
It's so fun.
yeah. Yeah. Like my first. I don't know. Like you have like in new cars, you have like the steering help, so it's easier to steer. I don't know
Hmm.
what the technical term in English is.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not so hard to steer.
Yeah,
It's
especially
not
if
like
you're
a block.
driving if especially if you're driving more slowly, it's easier to steer. My
Yeah,
first car didn't have that. It
yeah,
also didn't have brake support or electrical windows or air conditioning.
yeah.
It had nothing of the sort basically. So
Hmm.
especially like parallel parking, I could not parallel park in that car because I could just not turn the wheel fast enough to
Yeah,
get into the
the space.
space.
Yeah,
And
my
then the
dad
other
has
day,
that.
because I still remember what my license plate was for that car, I don't remember any other license plate, but I remember my first car's license plate. I was just checking it, and it just said like it had been demolished, and I was like, why? I was so careful with that car.
Aww. But
Sorry, there's a helicopter
it's
right
okay. I'm
above
just
me.
curious what's happening.
I think it's like the trauma helicopter, like the ambulance helicopter thingy, but it's really
Oh,
close by. Can you hear it?
no.
I heard it earlier tonight as well, so I think it might be flying back now, but I'm not nosy, but I'm going to check the other window.
Oh, I hope the person's okay. That's so that's so sad. Even when I'm in the ambulance, no, even when I'm driving and I see an ambulance, it's always so sad for me because my heart just stops because I'm just thinking of the person that's inside and I hope they're okay.
I don't know. I think it's hovering
Mm,
because it's not moving away, but it's really close.
yeah.
And I don't think there's what you call it? Like there's not a hospital nearby that has like the
The
landing, the
helipad.
helipad.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I think I heard it before earlier tonight, but
Mm. I just hope everybody's okay. I
yeah.
know that ambulances freak me out ever since 2020 because here's an interesting story. A day before my grandpa passed away, or a day before my grandpa had a stroke, we had an ambulance drive up to our house say that they were at this called to this address, but they went to the wrong location because there was another address just at a different area, right?
Mm.
And they said they were called to this address for an emergency, for I think it was a stroke as well. And we were like, no, nothing's happened, everything's okay. You have the wrong location. And then the next day my grandpa had a stroke, and we actually called them to that address. So that's like, whenever I see an ambulance, I always think of him, and I always think that he's kind of with me.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's so
Weird.
scary. Yeah, weird, scary. I don't know what you want to call it.
No, it's like a it's not a disturbing story, it's just a not even
Oh,
a fascinating,
but the fact that, the ambulance came like the day before your
for the
grandpa had
same
a stroke.
reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I meant, like scary, weird, whatever you want to call it. Like,
Kind of fascinating, not disturbing, but like, yeah, it,
yeah.
my dad and I always talk about it. Like, remember that day before our
Mm,
grandpa had a stroke? He was like, yeah, that was so weird, wasn't it? Yeah.
yeah.
I can remember what the names of all Black Power Rangers, not the suit colors, but struggle to remember if I ate today. You asked me what I ate yesterday, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Today, I actually would be able to tell you what I ate yesterday,
Yeah.
but that's
What
only
what did
because
you eat?
I had technically they were vegetarian enchiladas, except I put chicken in them, so they were not vegetarian anymore.
They were homemade then.
Yes.
Ah, nice.
I try to cook as much homemade as I can.
Mm-hmm.
But I have like sometimes I have weird shifts at work. So that means I would work from 11 a.m. to 7:30 p.m.,
Yeah.
which is like it doesn't give me enough time in the morning to properly cook, and
Mm-hmm.
I get home like so late that I don't feel like properly cooking.
Yeah.
So that's why I always try to make, if I make homemade meals, I always try to make it for like 2 or 3 times, and I put stuff in the
Mm-hmm.
fridge and I put stuff in the freezer.
Yeah, so you can have them for multiple times, so you don't have to cook all day. I mean, every
Exactly.
day.
Yeah.
For me, I worked yesterday at from 11 to 8 p.m. and then I got home at 9 p.m. and I was just already so tired. Only ate at work, so the orchid helps with rebuilding the world after the apocalypse. See? See, there is a reason why you remember.
Maybe.
It's a me, Femke
Yeah.
Scar. I'ma do what I want, capiche?
Pretty
Yeah.
much. Pretty much. Yeah. I always like, I have my, like, the temperature set for 17.5 degrees right now.
Mm,
And then it takes forever to warm up because it's a 2-cylinder car. So
yeah.
it's a small engine. It takes a while to
Mm,
properly like get heated.
yeah.
And then at one point it will be blasting like full warmth, and I'll be like,
Yeah.
"Can
Yeah.
you
Once it gets
not?"
heated, it gets heated. It's
Yeah,
same
and then at
with
one
my
point
car.
it's at 17 and a half, and then it just starts blasting cold air, and I'm like shivering in my car, and I'm like, "Can you not, please?"
Oh my goodness.
But like I
Do
said,
you
it's Italian. It's just a bit headstrong. It's a bit strong-willed.
do you have the AC?
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
AC and climate control.
Nice.
Except when it decides that it is no longer 17 and a
Work.
half degrees and it's
Oh my goodness. Your car is so particular. Do you have a name for it?
in Dutch I call it koekblik, which basically just translates to like, the tin you put cookies in, which is usually what we call like a cheap old car.
Aw.
But this is koekblik versie 3 or 3.0 basically. Because but I call all of my cars koekblik.
Oh, but that's so cute if you call it, if you actually mean it, like for the cookies, the tin for the cookies.
Yeah, it's like,
Such
you
a
have these
cute.
old tins where you would put cookies in. So it's
Yeah.
like cookie tin 3.0 basically.
We had a lot of cookie tins, and then my grandma started putting needles and the things in it, and buttons and everything.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I hate getting out of gear one. The rest is fine, but gear one, yeah. Honestly, same here. Same here. Because it's very I don't know how you say it, but it throws you forward and backward a lot. It's not
Yeah.
very stable. It's not smooth.
Yeah. Also, if you're driving in like a traffic jam very slowly, I always try to keep it in two.
Two. Oh no, my car would die if I had it on two.
Yeah, it takes a bit of like shifting with your clutch and your gas.
Yeah.
It's but yeah, no, but my car would just be like I'd be sitting like
Uh-huh.
this if I would keep it in first.
Yeah. The first one is so not unstable, but it's not very pleasant to drive in.
Yeah, I mean to be fair, I can just get going in second gear. I can
Yeah.
just from like complete standstill, just start
Just you
driving in
try
second.
to keep up this the speed so that you can keep it in gear 2.
Yeah, but even from like a complete standstill, I can just drive off in second gear.
My car can't do that. I can tell you right now. I tried today because I forgot I had it in gear 2. So it can't
I,
do that at all.
in my previous car, in the previous Fiat I had, it was a four-cylinder, so it had like in that sense a stronger engine. I could
Yeah.
even pull up in third gear. It was a
Oh,
struggle. It was a struggle. I had to put the effort in, but I could pull up in third gear.
I'm so jealous.
But this is it's very rumbly because if it decides like the rounds per minute are too low, it will really start like the feeling like you're too low, like you have it
Yeah.
in a too high gear.
Yeah, yeah.
And mine will do that if I'm driving 80 kilometers an hour in the five
Yeah.
in fifth gear. It will start grumbling at me, and I'm like, bro, this is what you are supposed to do.
Yeah.
Like you were made for driving 80 in fifth gear. That's like nothing weird. That's normal.
Yeah.
Why are you grumbling at me?
That's my car as well. My car is so easily unhappy sometimes. Or maybe it's just my driving. I try to listen to it as much as I can though.
I'll,
But I love my
honestly,
car.
I'll just press the gas harder because I'm like, shut up.
Yeah. Same, but sometimes if you reach the speed that's already too low, you just have to shift down because it's not good. It won't go anywhere.
Yeah, if you have like what you have, I had that with my first car. So if you're in too low of a gear and you're trying to pull up, it will not pull up. It will potentially only go more slowly,
Yeah.
just drop down very slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so sad. I'm not the driver. All gear means mean to me is monkey. D love free forms. LOL. Yeah, honestly, like I never knew about cars and anything car related at all. I'm still learning, so if I can, you can too. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my god, just as you said, it was a hospital helicopter. An ambulance drove by my apartment.
Oh no.
Let's hope the person is okay if there's anyone inside.
Yeah.
Vegetarian. Vegetarian.
Yeah, I just changed the recipe because there's bell peppers in there, and I'm not usually too fond of bell peppers, so I just took out the bell peppers and I put mushrooms in.
Well, you basically it's your food, you're gonna eat it. Um just change up the spices or whatever the food that you want. As long as the recipe is something that you're gonna like, I mean, why not?
I
Modify the
always make it
recipe.
like that. I put chicken in instead of no chicken.
Yeah,
Then there's zucchini, and I put mushrooms in instead of bell pepper.
yeah.
There's tomatoes, corn, like paprika, like spice,
Hmm.
like powder,
Yeah, powder.
and cumin powder. And then you just, cook all that until it's done. And then you have
Yeah.
like the tortilla wrap
Hmm.
thingy. You put the creme fraiche on it, the sour cream stuff, cream
Yeah.
cheese, whatever you want to call it. Like grated cheese, put your filling in, roll it up, put more cheese on top, put it in the
Mm.
oven.
Oh, yum. I love cheese.
Yeah, I love cheese. That's why I put it inside and on top.
Yeah, honestly, I love when it gets a little bit crunchy on top.
Yeah, but the inside is like it's nice and melted, like nice
Yeah,
and
yeah.
melted cheese.
You get different textures.
I just love cheese. I mean, I'm Dutch, so it was kind of to be expected,
Hmm.
but I love cheese.
I used to hate cheese when I was little. I didn't start liking cheese until I was like 14, I think.
Yeah. When I went like this is like it's such a privileged thing to say, but no other country than the Netherlands has like proper cheese.
Yeah.
And then I went to Costa Rica, and like my when I went back, my mom asked me like, "Do you want me to bring anything?" And I was like, "I just want a sandwich with cheese, like normal Dutch cheese."
Oh my goodness. So you're very particular about your cheese.
Yeah, like you know the thing, like they had like Gouda or Gouda, whatever you want to call
Yeah.
it, cheese
Gouda.
in Costa Rica, and
Yeah.
it was so expensive. And to be fair, it wasn't even really Gouda.
Mm,
It was like manufactured cheese, you
mm.
know, not actual cheese. But
Yeah.
and it was so expensive. Like it was absolutely ridiculous. And I would basically eat 3 warm meals a day in Costa Rica when I eat 1 warm meal here.
Yeah.
Like I'll have yogurt or cereal for breakfast,
Hmm.
cold, and then I'll have bread with, cheese or meats or whatever, cold for lunch, and I'll have a warm meal for dinner.
Yeah.
And then in Costa Rica, I had like 3 warm meals a day with beans, and I don't like beans, and with what's it called in English? Wait. Google. Um, no, that's not the word. Cilantro. That's the one I was looking
Mm.
for. I don't like cilantro. I actually hate it. Like it's genetically decided. Cilantro is genetically decided if you like it or not, and I don't like it. And in Costa Rica, they put cilantro in everything.
Wow, just your luck. You went to the best place ever.
Yeah,
But you
lots of
were I remember you being so excited for it on Twitter.
yeah. It was amazing. Don't get me wrong, but just like purely in terms of food, Costa
Mm.
Rica and I were not the bestest of friends.
Yeah, because you're used to different types of food. Y-
Yeah, but
You're like my best friend. You're like
mostly
my best
because of
friend,
the
yeah.
cilantro. Like I ate it because I don't want to be ungrateful, and I
But
want to
you
have
didn't enjoy it.
not the amount of cilantro they put in. No.
Yeah. My best friend and I, we went to Budapest in
Mm,
2017 when we were still in high school.
that's
And
that's
yeah,
Hungary, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
Hungary. We went by train. I think it took us like I think 7 hours, but I'm not sure. And we went there and we ordered pizza, and we had all this food. And every time she said, I miss Ljubljana. I miss Slovenian food. Ljubljana is our capital city. I miss
yeah.
Slovenian food. I miss Ljubljana. I miss the food we have there. I just want to go home. I want to eat at home. And we were in Budapest for I think 3 days, and the entire time she was so homesick. But then last year she went to Portugal for 6 months because she was studying there. And she said how much she regrets being so picky, and that she changed a lot, and that she has learned to appreciate different food. And she personally apologized to me for being so annoying with how much she constantly. She even criticized the pizza that we had ordered, because she said, who puts tomatoes on a pizza, on a margarita pizza? And I was like, that's like Italian. You get that in Italy as well in certain places. I'm not sure if it's everywhere, but yeah.
But isn't the margarita literally like tomatoes or tomato sauce and cheese?
Well, in Slovenia, if you order a margarita, you get basically just ketchup and you get cheese. You don't get tomatoes on top. But then in Budapest and Italy, you also get tomatoes on top. Maybe not in all places, I don't know, but I know
Mm,
that you get it in some.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was an extremely picky eater as a child. Like
Yeah.
even
Same.
like
I'm still.
No, I will at least try nearly everything. Like there are some things that I just my mind cannot cope,
Mm,
but I will try nearly everything. And like I said, people cook for you, so
yeah.
I will eat it because I don't want to be ungrateful, I don't want to be the white tourist, blah blah blah. So
Hmm.
I will eat it, I will properly thank them for it, but especially if you put cilantro in there,
Mm,
it tastes like soap to me.
yeah.
And like at
Yeah.
one point, like one time, they put cilantro on the chicken, they put cilantro in the rice, they put cilantro in the salad, and they put cilantro on the beans. And I was like, can we not put cilantro on everything, please? Can we just have something without cilantro on it?
Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm trying to look up a spice that I don't like. Because there is one that I mean not spice, but like, oh, parsley. I hate parsley.
That's such a common one as well.
People in here, my grandma puts parsley in rice. She puts parsley in the soup. She puts parsley in everything, every single thing, and I hate parsley. I don't know why. Even as a child, I didn't like it, and my brother doesn't like it either. So when he comes home, my grandma says, oh, I can't put parsley in because he doesn't like it. But when I'm home, my grandma always puts parsley in because she always forgets that I hate it and I live with her. But yeah.
Wow. Yeah. No, parsley is one of the most common ones here, I feel like.
Not here where I live. I would say it's very common to love parsley. It's in everything. I mean, not everything, but like
Yeah, no, but
in
that's what I
soup,
meant.
definitely.
It's one of the most common herbs that is used here. That's
Mm,
what I meant.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, parsley. I can't even smell it because I just don't like it. I'm a very picky eater. I know what I like. I know what I don't like. So when I go out, I order the thing that I will know that I will eat.
Mm.
Um, but for me, I can't eat spicy food. I'm very, very bad with spicy food. I'm sensitive. Okay. I'm not used to spicy foods, or like very hot foods. I can't. But I will try to eat it. I will probably cry my eyes out, not because it's bad, but because of how spicy it is, because I don't have the tolerance for it.
I feel like for me, spicy food it depends.
Mm,
Because some spicy food is general like what it says, spicy, so it's different spices, and some of
mhm.
those spices may be hot. But if
Yeah.
it's hot food for the sake of being hot and
Mm,
I don't taste anything else, I won't like it.
yeah.
Like I don't mind if it's hot but it's also spicy. So if there's just lots of different flavors, then
Taste. Yeah.
obviously I will start sweating and crying and whatever, but I won't mind it. But if
Hmm.
it's just hot for the sake of being hot, then it's like, but what's the point? Like, I'd like to taste my food.
Yeah. See, for me, I don't mind if it's hot, just a little bit. But if it gets very hot, like very spicy, um, I won't be able to feel anything else. That's because
Mm,
that's what I mean when I don't have the tolerance for it.
fair.
I will just get overwhelmed very easily. But
Mm.
I really want to enjoy food. Like I love trying different cuisines. I love trying different foods. I love experimenting as well. I love going to Asian restaurants because I think their foods are most up to my taste. But yeah, I'm also kind of, when I say I'm a picky eater, I'm not really that picky. It's just that I'm already sick of my family, of what my family eats, because we eat the same things all the time. So
Mm.
I'm just tired, bored. I just can't, when you eat something all the time, you just can't see it anymore. So yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm back. Every time we watch the third Narnia movie, the ending breaks me. The third Narnia movie, I think, is my favorite one.
I have only ever seen the first one.
The first one.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good. I like the second one because of the song that was in at the end. And also the second one is very scenic. I love how beautiful it is. Like the where
Yeah.
they filmed the location.
I read all 7 books though, but I just haven't
Mhm.
seen watched the movies.
I hope the show will be good. Oh, they filmed the second movie in Slovenia.
Show? Will there be a show?
Yeah, there will be a show apparently. It's been announced, I think, a year or two ago, but I'm
Oh,
not sure if there's been any follow up on that. So I don't know. I don't follow the news. How much longer will you be live for? Probably just until we finish the comments.
yeah. My alarm goes at 5 a.m. again, so
So we're gonna finish off soon. Oh, you mean the sewing kits? Yeah, that's what I meant when my grandma put in the cookie
cookie
tin.
tins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't like beans, there goes me possibly making a chili for you. LOL. Also, it's both cilantro and coriander in English because, of course, it is.
Yeah, but see, like my point with beans is it depends on how they are made because I don't like the texture of beans. I don't
Mm,
mind the flavor of beans. The flavor of beans is fine. I don't like the texture. But
same.
sometimes it depends on how it's made. So I honestly think I might like the chili, but
Mm,
it just depends on how it's prepared. And this
yeah.
was literally like the ones we had in Costa Rica. I think it was literally just like boiled black beans. And it was just, and it wasn't successful for me particularly.
Yeah. For me, I don't like the texture of beans. But my grandma, she makes the most amazing bean soup where she basically just mixes up the beans so there's no there's no pieces of the beans inside. And she
Yeah.
puts in spaghetti, but like tiny spaghetti. Um like she cuts them up so they're like noodles. And it's
Hmm.
such a good soup. But I don't like beans. I don't eat beans. I wasn't a picky eater, but if I don't like something after eating it, I wouldn't try it ever again. Yeah,
Fair enough. For me,
same.
it's like when I make a new recipe, I will have this sort of idea in my head of how it's going to taste. And
Hmm.
then somehow I'm always a bit disappointed because it's not tasting how I wanted it to taste. And then if I make it
Yeah,
again, it's fine.
yeah.
I always need to make my recipes twice.
Why? Oh, so that you can retry it and adapt it to your needs and
No,
wants.
but also so I can eat it with the proper expectations.
Oh,
Because
oh.
if I've never made something before, I see
Hmm.
the ingredients and I will make like imagine in my head what it's going to taste like. And
Yeah.
then like it always tastes different than what I imagined.
Hmm.
So it's always a bit of a disappointment, I guess.
Hmm.
But then when I make it a second time, I've had it before, so I know what to expect, and then it
Yeah.
always tastes better.
Yeah. For me, when I try out a new recipe, I the first time I make it, I try to adapt it as much as I can to mine wants. Like, for
Mm.
example, if I don't want chicken in, I would put just prawns in or whatever.
Yeah.
And then the second time, if I liked it enough, I would make it the second time and adapt it fully so that I would have a perfected recipe.
Yeah, no, it's like what I did with the
Chicken.
vegetarian enchiladas.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that cilantro coriander shit is genetics. Some people it tastes fine and others it tastes like soap.
For me, it literally tastes like soap.
Mm. I don't if you put it in front of me and if I smelled it, I would probably know. I mean, I would recognize it, but I don't remember what it tastes like. So I can't say if I like it or not. But I normally don't like any type of herbs that are too strong. If you put it in a little bit, I don't mind it. But if it's so much that it's overpowering, it's a no for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think after 5 months, I finally forgot what it tastes like again. So,
Let's hope you never find out again.
oh, I'm sure I will. I mean, I love traveling, so I'm sure I'll encounter it again.
Yeah. But did you like Costa Rica?
Yes, yes, I loved it. I would
Oh,
love to go
I'm
back,
glad.
but I can't afford it.
Yeah, well, it has to be expensive, especially like in this economy.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a fully organized trip. so that makes it more expensive. Like if you would just buy your flight basically and just see what you're going to do there, it's less expensive.
Yeah.
But like as a country to live in, basically, you know, to buy food and everything, the level of prices is about the same as the US,
Mm-hmm.
which is not very cheap.
Yeah.
um so, but to
But
be fair, the portion, like the size of the portions, is also very, very US.
mm-hmm.
So like in the Netherlands here, we would well, need is maybe a big word, but in general, if you would go out to dinner, you would have like a starter, and you would have a main course, and you would have like a dessert. In
Mm-hmm.
Costa Rica, you would have plenty of just the main course. Plenty.
Meanwhile, when I go out, I only order the main course and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the size of the portions.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm also not, I don't eat a lot. So it
Yeah,
depends on the person.
true. Not too true.
But um in the US, they also have, when you look at, I'm not talking about the prices of everything, but when you look at how much they're paid more than, for example, in Europe. Because I think students in Europe are paid €7 per hour. Meanwhile, in US, they're paid, what is the minimum wage? 15 or something. But their
It depends.
prices,
If
they're
you in the US, if you're in restaurants, the minimum wage is like 250. It's extremely low.
250
Yeah,
in
it's
restaurants.
yeah, because you like the tipping culture.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I know. I just thought that the minimum wage was equal for everybody.
No, it depends, I think, on the sector you work in. Like if Ashley were still here, she would have been able to tell us, but
Yeah. Oh, it
um
depends on the sector. Damn.
I think so. I think, let me see.
But like if you compare, if you have like, for example, minimum wage of 15, I'm just speaking out of my butt. If you have $15 an hour, like imagine how much the prices have to be for that to be non, basically that you can't live off of that.
Yeah.
Like that's just wow. My background means I tend to like spicy foods myself.
Yes. So
Yeah.
just for reference, like Caribbean and Suriname.
Mm.
So
But also like Indian food also has a lot of curry and a lot of spices, and
yeah.
I'm trying to eat a lot more of that. Um and I love trying new foods. I'm just very picky with um I don't know, when I'm at home, I guess I would say.
Yeah, I'm really trying, because I have like a lot of like preconceptions about what I didn't used to like.
Hmm.
But there are so many things that I do like now
Yeah.
that I'm kind of like forcing myself to at least try them again.
Hmm.
I mean, if I don't like them, that's fine, but I will at least have, tried them recently. One of
Yeah.
those things for me is olives. Like, I will just try olives, but olives is the one thing, like, I keep hating them. I just
Yeah.
severely dislike olives.
Same here. I don't like olives, especially on pizza.
I don't like olives anywhere. In salads, on pizza, just like, as what do you call it?
In cocktails.
Yeah, or side dish or whatever. Like, no,
Yeah.
I don't. But it's
Yeah.
like I went to South Africa. My
Hmm.
aunt and uncle live there, so like I visited them. And the last time I saw my aunt and uncle before they moved there, I was still a very, very picky eater.
Mm.
So when I went there, they started researching like which restaurants had like normal food and everything, and like normal, like
Yeah,
normal
yeah.
food. And so, like the first restaurant we went to, I ordered something that I had always disliked before, and they were looking at me like, "Are you
Yeah.
okay?" And so, like their entire meal plan or like restaurant plan just went out the window.
Interesting. So they were like, "Oh, she's up for anything. Let's bring her anywhere. We don't
Yeah,
have to worry about
like
that."
I also tried mussels.
Yeah.
which is kind of a step for me because I don't know, like animals in a shell. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like mussels, oysters, snails. My uncle
Oh,
also offered me
snails, no.
snails, but I don't know. That's just one of those
Too
things in my
much.
mind. Like I don't know. I can't do snails.
Yeah. Yeah, same.
Snails is yeah, no, I don't know. Snails is just one of those things where I just go like. But I ate lots of weird stuff. Weird as in not normal for Dutch people stuff.
Yeah, yeah, outside of your comfort zone.
Yeah, like we had carpaccio. I don't know if you know that.
No.
It's very thinly sliced like raw beef,
Oh,
basically.
okay.
That like by definition, it's beef, right?
Mhm.
In
How do
South
you write it? Yeah.
Carpaccio.
Okay. Oh, is it like Yeah, yeah, I know. I know. I heard of it.
Yeah, like by definition, it's beef, right?
Yeah.
And so like I ordered like the carpaccio in the first restaurant. It was
Mhm.
beef. And then in the second restaurant, I was going to order something else, but it turns out they ran out. So I was like, well, let's do the carpaccio again. And I
Mhm.
was eating it and I was like, this tastes different.
Yeah.
You know, not necessarily bad, but it just tastes differently from what I had yesterday. And I asked, like, is this beef? I was like, no, it's springbok,
What?
which is let me just it's a South African antelope, which is very
Okay.
much not beef, but it's like
Yeah.
they don't care because I also had ostrich carpaccio while I was there,
Okay.
and I also had kudu carpaccio when I was there, which is a different type of antelope.
Okay.
But it's
And
like,
which
you
one
know,
was your favorite?
honestly, I think the kudu, but I also had like kudu steak.
Mm.
It was so good. Like it tasted kind of like beef, like a bit
Mhm.
differently, but it didn't have that typical like game taste. I don't know if you've ever had
Yeah.
like game before, but it has usually like that typically like
Mhm.
sweet-ish flavor.
Yeah.
But kudu doesn't have that, and it's such soft meat. I'm sorry if there's
Mhm.
any vegetarians here or vegans.
I'm not one, so I'm sorry.
Same. But it was just, you know, like this tastes differently. Is
Mm.
this still beef? And the answer was like, no, it is not. But like instead of just putting it on the menu, you know, what type of meat you are ordering.
Yeah.
But it was fine. It was
Well,
fine.
it was a surprise.
Yeah. And I mean, in that sense, I just, you know, I've become much more experimental in what I eat.
Well, for me, I don't really eat much meat at all. Like to the point where I could easily be a vegetarian if I tried. I could just replace it with anything else. Like
Mm.
I don't need it. But my family, everybody in my family, they need it. They can't live without it. They love meat. They love everything that is meat related. I don't care. I prefer vegetables anyway.
I know I mean I think I could be vegetarian, but I love meat as well.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't think I need it, but
Mm.
I just like it.
I was a vegetarian for 3 months. And then we had hot dogs at school, and I was like, "Oh, I'm really craving one. I want to try one."
Yeah.
And then I just stopped.
Yeah. I mean,
It
it's
is what
fine.
it is.
Yeah, you do you.
I haven't read the books because a lot of series have translating issues, as in they get translated and published, and then a bunch of years later they're out of stock and never to be seen again. Yeah, that sucks. Honestly, I feel you.
Mm.
I mean, every time they get republished, last time was a combined edition when Prince Caspian came out, and now the only way I can get one is by paying way too much to booksellers. I have a combined edition as well. I got it for as a gift. But books these days, even if you don't live in a country where um what do I want to say? Like there are some countries that don't have access to books and that you really have to overpay for books. Even if you don't live in that kind of country, they're also still expensive. Even if you live in a country that where you're able to afford books, they're still very much expensive. The prices went up. I remember you could buy a paperback for I think 12 euros, or no, it was 9 euros, and now it's maybe 15, and you could buy a hardback for 16 euros, and now it's like you're lucky if you can get it for 23 or 25 euros. But it sucks that you can't get the edition of the book that you want because it's either out of stock or it's not being printed anymore. And yeah.
Yeah, so I just checked on like Book Depository because that's where I got my Narnia books.
Mm-hmm.
Like back when I got them, they were like 6 or 7 euros each for me.
Yeah.
And I just checked like Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, and it's 12 euros now.
Yeah, it went up. The prices went up. Well,
Yeah,
what you used to pay for hardbacks, you now pay for paperbacks.
yeah. Yeah, like they're all around the same price: 12.16, 12.20, 12.21, 12.18, twelve twenty
Yeah,
one, 12.20. They're all about 12. Like, and when I bought them, I'm sure they were all like 6 or 7 euros. I can probably search my like purchase history, but
yeah. I can tell you right now, I used to pay 6 or 7 euros on Book Depository for books, and now I don't anymore. So I buy less books. I'm very picky with what I buy. Well, not very picky. I I don't buy many books anymore. So I have to, before I make hit the purchase button, or to put it in, before I put a book in a cart, I have to read through what it's about, and I have to be certain that I want to buy it, because I get money guilt very easily
mm,
when I spend too much
yeah.
money.
Yeah, like for me the issue, like when I mean it's an issue. When my mental health spirals, my buying also spirals.
Hmm.
Like it goes hand in hand. Um yeah, so the last 2 years my mental health hasn't been very great, to put it mildly. So now my TBR is at 477 unread books, physical owned unread books.
And you know what? Even that is probably stressing you out because now you have such a backlog of books that you need to read. But
Yep.
let me tell you something. From the person who got stressed out when she had too many books to read, I unhauled about 90% of my TBR that I didn't read yet. And you know what? It's not satisfying at all. When you're down to your last 8 books that you haven't read yet, you have nothing to read. You miss the options. You miss
Yeah, no, like
having,
I don't want to go to like full zero TBR,
mm,
but I ideally, I don't know, I'd like to be, I don't know, 50 to 100 or something.
100 is a good number because 100 still means you have options. Let-
Exactly.
If you
But
have 50 books, let me tell you, that's not enough. You're going to get yourself stressed out because then you want to read something and you don't have the option to, or you don't have the exact book that scratches the itch. It's not enough options.
yeah,
Or at least that
yeah,
was
like
my
I
problem.
said, like ideally I'd like it to be somewhere around that. Um,
Hmm.
but we also know it's not going to happen.
Well,
So
maybe. You never know. Maybe you do a clear out
yeah,
someday.
so like right, like Royal Mail had a cyber attack, which meant they couldn't ship international orders for a
Yeah.
while. So right now, like literally, like, and this is not exaggerating, every time I finish one book, I get 3 new ones for all the backlog that is being shipped now.
Great. So wait, you were still ordering books.
Not right now. These were all pre-orders from
Yeah.
like last year.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, at least you know what? At least it's a surprise package. Like you get a surprise. I Do you even remember what books you pre-ordered?
I do, because I have a list.
Oh. But then don't look at the list until the order comes.
Yeah, but
So
I
you
look at
can be
the list
surprised.
because sometimes books get lost and I don't want to lose
Oh.
money and the books.
True. True.
Because, like, honestly, the only things these are special edition books,
Mm,
like special
yeah.
edition pre-orders. So if they get lost, lots of times they won't be able to replace them.
Mm-hmm. Has it ever gotten lost?
Um, in the end, I've always gotten everything.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes after like a month or 4, 5,
Yeah.
but sometimes it would just randomly turn up, and then I'd have two of the book
Mm-hmm.
because by then a replacement was shipped. So nothing has gotten definitively lost for me.
Yeah.
It always turned up, but like
It
for
was late.
Goldsboro, for example,
Mm-hmm.
they shipped one of my orders in September last year,
Mm-hmm.
and it arrived like midway through January.
Mm-hmm.
So it used to be like Goldsboro used to be like they shipped it and it would be here within a week or two,
Yeah.
but that was like 4 months.
Yeah.
So it's like you never know when it's coming. And the point with Goldsboro shipping is it's like untracked.
Yeah.
So you never know when it's coming.
Mm-hmm. That was me for World of Books. I asked them for a refund because the book just it took them a while. They said, "Oh, wait." The first time I wrote to them, I said that the book hasn't arrived yet, and they told me, "Oh, wait 14 days." And then after 14 days, or I think it was 20 days, I wrote to them that the book still hasn't arrived, and then they sent me the refund. But then I received the books in the package about a week later, so like in the mail.
I once had like a book I purchased through eBay, and
Hmm.
it said that it was a hardback in good condition.
Yeah,
Turned out it was a paperback, not just a paperback, it turned out to be an ARC, like an advanced reader copy, in
that
not so
cannot be
great
sold.
condition. It's not even allowed to be sold, but
Yeah,
it was in pretty rough condition. So I was like,
you got scammed.
oh yeah, I got my money back and I got to keep the book. But
I wouldn't recommend buying books from World of Books because first of all, I'm so unhappy with everything. Every time that they sent me a book. Once I ordered a book that was in very bad in I ordered it that it was in a like new, brand new condition or something like that. And the
mhm.
book that arrived in the mail was missing 30 pages. 30
that's
pages.
that's like new, right?
Like new. Great. um and they always got stopped by customs.
Yeah.
Every single time they got stopped by customs. And at the end of the day, the books are basically secondhand books, right? So
Mhm.
you're buying used books. So if I'm paying for customs, that's even pricier than if I were to order from the book depository that has brand new books plus free
Yeah.
shipping. Because I also had to pay for shipping from World of Books. And their customer service has always been just very meh. I heard a lot of bad things about it. They gave me a refund twice now, but still it's like
Yeah.
apparently it's not too good.
No. I remember like the one time, no, not I bought more books from Vinted, but like the one time I bought like a more expensive edition of a book from Vinted.
Hmm.
It was um the song Rising by Samantha Shannon in like the matching hardback to the original covers, which was at that point not printed.
Yeah.
And it was quite expensive. Like I think it's one of the most expensive books that I bought, but I'm very very particular about having matching sets.
Yeah.
So like
Same.
like okay, and it was in very good condition. And then they proceeded to ship that book, not even in a bubble mailer, but in like a regular paper envelope without any padding.
Oh my goodness.
And it was like I just bought
That's just negligence, to be
a
honest.
100 plus euro book from you,
Yeah.
and you couldn't even ship it in a box.
Yeah. Or like at least put it in an envelope that has bubble wrap and that like protects a little
But
bit better.
still, like 100 plus euro book, I would wrap the shit out of that book, like in bubble wrap. I would make sure the bubble wrap was at least that thick.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, my heart hurts for you, like for your wallet and
Yeah.
everything. Was the book damaged then?
Yeah,
Or
the
was it
dust jacket was like crumpled. It was, I don't know, it's weird. I can give me a second. I'll go get it.
okay? I love pickles. I mean, not love, but I like pickles. And the only thing I haven't tried nor will is okay. I'm guessing this is like a Femke, do you know what sopropo is?
No, let me Google.
Wait. I'm interested now.
I have literally never heard of it, but apparently it's a type of cucumber.
Yeah, it's a type of cucumber. Well, it looks like a cucumber.
But it
It's so
apparently
wrinkly.
apparently it's bitter, so that's just
Yeah,
not for me because I don't like bitter flavors. But
yeah,
I don't know
same.
if you can see it, but it has like weird spots all over here.
Yeah, yeah.
And like the dust jacket it's like I've straightened it out a bit, but it's very much like bent. It doesn't look so bad
Bent.
on camera, but you can see like the corners as well.
Yeah, yeah, not good.
But it was, and also like the bottom,
Mm,
like, and it was pristine, when she shipped it, and that's what bothers me most. Like, it
mm.
was in such good condition, and then you decide to ship it out like this. What is that?
Yeah, plus like you paid so much money for it as well.
Well, I complained to Vinted. I got part of my money back, and I left her a bad review.
Yeah, well, good.
But you can also see like on the naked cover, like the
Mhm.
corners here.
Yeah, bent.
They're not even firm anymore. Like I can wiggle them.
Yeah, I see that.
But I mean, it's okay. It's a matching set.
But still,
Yeah, and it's signed.
it's signed.
Yes, it is signed.
Oh, nice.
I always feel for her hand because her autograph is literally her name, Samantha Shannon,
Yeah.
and she just writes it out the
Yeah,
entire.
exactly.
So I always, I
Because
always.
most authors just scribble something because it's easier and
Yeah,
faster.
it's just usually just something like this, like
Yeah.
broad strokes.
Yeah. I can do mussels, but oysters and snails is too slimy for me.
Yeah.
I don't like snails. I mean, I haven't tried them, but I don't want to. Oh,
Yeah.
I love fish. I prefer fish over meat. I would eat fish any day if I could.
Depends on the fish for me.
Well, I haven't tried a fish that I don't like.
Because I don't particularly like salmon. Like, I don't hate it,
Oh,
but I don't particularly love it.
I
But like,
love it.
I love tuna, which is
Mm,
arguably one of the more expensive pieces of fish.
hmm Oh, I
But
love tuna in a can. I haven't tried it
oh,
like
I
a.
tried like tuna steak. I love tuna steak,
Mm,
which is very expensive.
yeah, I bet.
I don't.
I love saltwater fish as opposed to freshwater fish.
Mm,
I don't know, they just taste better.
yeah, like no, we were in Costa Rica and it was like the dish of the day. You
Mm-hmm.
can have like tuna steak.
Mm-hmm.
I'm I think I did the math, but I also think I very quickly forced myself to forget the math
Yeah.
because my bank account hurt. But I was like, I'm only here once. Let's just we can do this.
Yeah. Or maybe your wallet hit you on the head so that you don't remember.
No, no, no. I had like a decent budget for that holiday, and I stayed like well within budget. So Like it was fine, but it was an expensive piece of
Well, I
fish.
mean, if you decided to enjoy your holiday, then why not go all out?
Yeah, but I'm like I didn't go all out every day, you know.
For that one time, why not?
Yeah.
My physical unread books is 3, with 3 more incoming. Nice. Mine is, I think, 14 so far because I bought a few books. I think I bought like 10 books recently, so that's good. I'm trying to up my TBR.
You see that number right there, 477?
477, yeah. Is
That's
that Goodreads? No, that's your list.
that's what's this is an app. It's called To Do. It's kind of to-do lists, but I
Yeah.
literally put my physical TBR in.
I have that as well. Like, but not I have the app that's like that comes with my phone, and
Mm,
I could do that, but there's no point because I only have like 14 books, so it doesn't matter.
fair enough. Yeah.
Cucumber, melon, squash, that plant family. It is eaten across the Caribbean, Suriname. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, it says Suriname.
Suriname and Asia. Mm. I want to try it. I don't like bitter food, but is it really that bitter? Because cucumber is a little bit more watery. Is that as well watery, or is it just very potent?
I'm honestly kind of surprised we didn't see this in Costa Rica,
Mm.
because at one point we had like a fruit tasting of all these kinds of like local fruits,
Mm-hmm.
like pejibaya, sour sop. We had pineapple, but also like 3 different types of bananas. We had papaya,
Mm.
just loads of different things, different types of melons. So I'm honestly surprised it wasn't there,
Hmm.
but I don't know.
Well, did you have fruit and vegetables mixed together, or did you just have fruit?
No, mostly
Everything.
fruit, but if it's like in the melon family,
Mm. Yeah. I love tuna, certain types of salmon, but the one I eat the most is cod. I don't know what cod is. I need to Google it.
um, right? Yeah, yeah. I don't buy that
Um,
here because I just find it too expensive.
Cod. Mm. Oh, I haven't tried it yet. I only tried like 4 or 5 different types of fish, and that's it.
I feel like cod is one of the more common ones here in the Netherlands,
Mm.
but it's like especially with like food prices going up,
Mhm.
like fish has gone
Mm.
up like
That
enormously.
Yeah, that's why I haven't tried many fish because of the prices.
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, what I do with meat, I will just buy like a large pack of like ground beef or something, and then just divide it up and put it in my freezer,
Hmm.
because it's usually like cheaper to buy like a large pack. Well, no, like it costs more money, but in comparison, it's cheaper. Like you pay less per.
Yeah, yeah, obviously.
I don't like bitter, so I don't think this is for me.
Yeah, no. I prefer when it comes to fish. I think it's sea bream. Um, and also let me just check the other one. Sea bass. No, it's bass. Sea bass.
I love sea bass.
That's my favorite one.
Yeah.
But yeah, cod is the fish used for. Okay, I can't pronounce any of that
Hon-
except fish and
Honestly,
chips.
I'm really curious how you would pronounce these things. The first two.
Me, how
Yeah.
I would pronounce.
Yeah.
So if I were to go the Slovenian route, don't laugh at me, please.
I will not.
Lickerbeck,
That's
Kieberling.
That's honestly how it's pronounced in Dutch.
Okay, what about the second one? Kiebeling.
Yeah, kibbeling. We don't use like the k sound at the end of the
Mm.
G.
Oh, it's a silent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kibbeling.
Mm. And
But
then the last one, I would say bakalhau.
same, but I don't know what that is. But I was mostly just worried, like curious about the lekkerback and the kibbeling.
Oh, it's it's quite interesting because you have letters that we in Slovenian wouldn't put together, or
Yeah,
like you have in Slovenian. I don't think we ever use the same two letters twice. So you have double K's or double B's. We don't do that in Slovenian.
yeah. For us, it's to indicate that a vowel is a short sound.
Okay.
So in the first word, so it's lekkerback. But if
Mm-hmm.
it would have been 1K, it would have been lakerback.
Oh. Oh,
And
okay.
it's kibbeling. And if it would have been 1B, it would have been kibbeling,
Mm-hmm.
basically. So it determines the sound of the vowel before it,
Mm-hmm.
if it's like long or short.
Mm. Nice.
Right. Okay.
I would definitely butcher that one.
Yeah, bakkeljauw, I think, but I don't know. I'm not Surinamese, so
Yeah. Also, as you probably noticed today, I struggle with words just because it's been such a long time since I used English as a language. Like, I haven't been speaking English for months
it
now.
it it was honestly fine. You weren't struggling. Like to me, you weren't struggling that much.
Yeah. Not more than usual.
But I mean, I'm used to it because I have the same.
Yeah. Oh, it's I think it's a correct. The correct. Right. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's already 10 p.m. here and probably where you are at as well. So
Yes.
I think we should probably just say goodbye. Thank you,
Yeah.
everybody who has joined us today, who has stuck with us to the end.
Thank you,
Um,
Ewald.
yeah, thank you for your comments as well. I hope you had a fun time. Also, shout out to Ashley who joined us for the sprints in the middle. And yeah, Femke, I hope you have a good night. I'll also be signing off. I hope you sleep well.
I still need to shower. I don't feel like showering, but I also don't feel like showering in the morning. I'm
Yeah,
not.
better to shower now.
I'm not
I
going
do
to
that in
shower
the
at
evening.
5 a.m.
What you don't like or you prefer?
I'm not going to shower at 5 a.m. It's
Oh,
too
yeah.
early for showering at 5 a.m.
Same. I prefer it in the evening because I know that I'm not gonna wake up early enough.
In theory, I'd wake up early enough, but then once I get in the shower, I'll just stand there like a zombie. Then
And
I'll
you're
get up.
not gonna do anything. No, for
No.
me, it's like it's a pain for drying your hair, and then
Same.
like you have to actually like it's very cold in the morning here as well. So you're
Yeah.
shivering, and then you're shivering after, and then you have to go out and you're shivering, and it's not good.
If I shower now,
Mhm.
my hair is still going to be wet in the morning or damp.
Yeah, don't you
Even if
use
I
a
don't
hair
braid it
dryer?
or whatever.
You
Sorry?
don't use a hair dryer.
No.
I also didn't used to, but I started to because apparently it's healthier than letting it air dry.
Yeah, no, I just like towel dry it
Hmm.
and then put a towel on my pillow so my pillow doesn't get all wet.
Oh, I just I don't mind that.
No, I don't. If then I'll turn around and then I'll have my cheek on my wet pillow, and it's like no
Yeah. Yeah, well.
sensory issues.
Yeah, I don't really mind that. But then again, I don't go to sleep with wet hair that often. I usually if I leave my hair wet, I'm going to get a headache.
Mm.
So, yeah. Wait, we have good night. Thanks for the sprints. And I need to shower in the morning because night sweats also don't have to deal with them here. Yeah, lucky. I can send you my hair if you want.
Yeah.
Just cut it all off.
Yeah.
Reminds me of the time that I shaved it all off. Oh, that was years ago, 2019.
Yeah, no, I chopped mine off like last year because it was like down to my lower back,
Mm,
and I don't know, I was just so done with it, so I just
yeah,
chopped
that's so
it off.
much maintenance.
Yeah, I just chopped it off to my shoulders,
And it's already grown so much.
and now it's back to this. Doesn't fit in the
Grown.
camera, but this is like it was here, so this is like a year's worth of growth for me.
Nice.
My hair grows really fast,
Yeah, I see that.
but
But it looks healthy.
my bangs won't cooperate. Wait, that's not just my bangs.
I mean, that's they're kind of their job. They never cooperate.
Yeah, but like they used to. I'm okay. I mean, I guess they grew the same amount, but it feels like they're just not growing. But like the issue is, I tuck them behind my ear,
Yeah.
and now they're doing this.
Yeah, same as my hair. If I let them kind of okay, I just washed them today, but like yeah.
They're going sideways.
But I love the curls. I love the tiny curls.
Yeah, but that's like the only amount my hair will curl.
Yeah.
My hair does not curl.
uh, well, for me it depends. I think not on the first day, but maybe on the second or the third. But then
My
again, I have to use a lot of hairspray, and even then it will only stay curled for like one 1 hour if I curl it.
this is all the curl my hair gets,
Aw.
even with a curling iron. My hair
Yeah,
does
I
not
feel
stay
you.
curled.
I feel you. My hair is kind of the same.
Yeah, it's
But yeah,
very.
I prefer not doing a lot to my hair though, just because I don't have the patience to maintain it.
I really need to get a haircut because it's a bit of a mess right now.
Mm.
I mean, I got the haircut when I cut it off, and then I haven't gotten a haircut since. So I mean,
Are you
I'm
squeamish about cutting hair? Because some
no,
people don't
no,
want
but
to
like
cut off.
my ends are still. It's a bit difficult to show, but they're still fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had it cut in layers, so that's why it looks a bit wonky. But they're not split or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I don't know. Just need to get some.
I got my hair cut a month ago, I think, because my brother's fiance, she used to be a hairdresser.
Yeah,
So yeah, but I don't know. I love doing big drastic changes, like a big chop or a change in hair color. Remember when I used to be blonde a couple of months ago?
yeah,
That was also fun. So yeah,
yeah.
I miss that.
I used to do that, but then I don't know. I got tame, I guess.
Or you just lost time, interest.
Yeah, but like when I cut it all off, I also decided to like try to bring it back to my like original color. Like it shows up
Yeah.
as much darker than it is on camera, but I'm like pretty light blonde. Like you
Hmm.
can see exactly like this is where the highlights are.
Yeah, I see.
Like you can see it like this. This
Exactly,
is
the
where the
line.
highlights start.
Yeah, I also have this is my natural hair, and then this is dyed. So I'm also trying to kind of just leave it and
Yeah.
grow out.
I'm kind of leaning towards going like brown again, but then it's like, but I did so much effort trying to have it like grow it out.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of want to dye my hair again, but I can't because I know I'm trying to grow it out. You know
Mm,
I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't, but I really want to dye my hair.
yeah.
I don't know. I want to go blonde or dark or I don't know. I can't. Yeah.
So let's say good night.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody who has joined us. Thank you, Femke, for joining me. It was so lovely
Of
to
course.
be with you, chat with you. And yeah,
More
keep
chatting than reading, but that's a theme when I'm in sprints.
well, that's a theme in every sprint that I've been in, to be honest.
Yeah.
So,
It's
yeah.
gotten so bad that Sasha just put up like a Pomodoro timer where you would read for 45 minutes and then have 15 minutes to talk. And when the timer went off, we would go back to reading because.
Yeah, that's so creative. So that you don't talk for an hour and then read for half.
Exactly.
Oh, that's smart. I should do that next time. Yeah.
Learning curve. It's a learning curve.
Well, that's what you get when you're a seasoned professional booktuber, unlike me.
I'm not a seasoned professional booktuber. I just break into everybody else's sprints.
Everybody else who is seasoned and professional.
I'm like a leech, you know. I just
No, you're just an esteemed guest.
I'm lazy.
Hey, you know what? These sprints wouldn't happen if you weren't here. So you're
Fair
not
enough.
lazy. You're the driving force. Okay. Well, I have to go. Famke, thank you so much for joining me. And
Yes, thank you for
yeah,
having me.
I hope I see you soon and good luck with your books. I hope that they end up being better than, you know, they are right now. Also, Sasha, Ashley said that you need to finish the book.
I'm over halfway. I was trying
Yeah,
to
she
finish
told
it
me why, so you need to finish it.
Yeah. Yeah, we I was going to finish it today. Yeah, very very much co-host, just popping in randomly like, "Hello, now I am here."
You're blessing us with your lovely face.
Well, my tired red face right now, but thank you.
It's
I was
lovely.
going to finish the book today, but that's not happening because I need to go to bed because my alarm goes off at 5.
Yeah, so we're leaving for the fifth time.
Yeah. Just
But it's
just
fine.
just press stop streaming because otherwise we'll be here for another 15
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You have to press